Hello. We are stream. How's it going? Is anyone here yet? Perhaps. Shrimp is here? What the heck? How you doing, Shrimp? Shrimp, come look at my game. Look what I have. I have game. We have enemies. We got 3 different types of towers. This one has a battery and you have to pull the battery off and go throw it on the charger over here and wait for it to charge up. And then you can put it back on and the tower will start shooting again. And then this one just takes normal ammo, like bullets, so you have to just pick those up and refill it once in a while. And then this one is a rocket launcher, and the rockets are big and heavy, so while you're holding the rockets you walk slowly to refill it. And that's my game so far. Just finished a lesson. How did it go? I also got this new fancy chat app that will hopefully show YouTube and Twitch chat at the same time, which is really cool. My goal today, well, I have 2 goals. I should not get too excited and just start with one goal. My main goal is to create a main menu for my game, and then when that's done, I'm hoping to make significant progress on figuring out multiplayer. Yeah, that's how it be sometimes. Cool. We have an ad break in 30 seconds. Isn't that great? Oh, we're in an ad break. We're currently in an ad break. Okay, are we back? Are we back from the ads? No more ad break? That's super annoying. Okay. How do we make a main menu? Godot main menu in 4 minutes. That's probably really loud.
Tutorial, you should be able to make a main menu that you can control either by your mouse or your keyboard. Our simple menu game. For menus in Godot, we want to use the UI node, which is already here by default.
Cool, let's do that. New scene? No, not new node. We need new scene. We want it to be a user interface scene.
Let's rename this node to menu. Now
welcome back, Shrimp, from the ads. I'm very sorry. It's pretty rough that we had ads in the first... I think it was like the first 7 minutes of the stream.
Default drop-down list, so we are going to use a VBox.
I need to remove this song from the playlist. This song goes way too hard for this stream.
Container for this. Now let's add our actual buttons. To the VBox container, add a button node.
VBox. Button. Breakdancing and making menus. Breakdancing? What do you mean? Because the song was so hype. Gotcha, gotcha. Wasn't there somewhere in here where you can set the resolution? I guess not. Oh, maybe in the VBox container? Transform. Maybe it's in transform? No. Alright, let's just watch the thing.
Duplicate that 2 times by pressing Ctrl D. Let's rename them to Start button, Options button, and Quit button, just to avoid confusion. Let's also add the respective texts in this window.
And exit, and then go here, type start.
We can position the whole VBox container wherever we want by pressing
This video has
layout
music.
button. In our case, we're going to use the bottom left layout because I'm a Final Fantasy VII fanboy. We can further fine-tune the position of the VBox container by using the margins property. At this point, we can already test our scene by pressing F6, and we can see that it works. But of course, the buttons don't do anything yet, so let's fix that. Let's add a script to our menu so we can code what each button
Call that menu.
does. Let's go to our Start button and go to the Nodes window. Look for the signal.
Attach script. Actually, not menu, let's call this main menu. And then attach script. Create. And then go to the buttons, find the signals, pressed. Connect here. And then now we have 3 functions. Perfect.
Pressed and connect it to our menu script. And now we can code what the button does in this function. For the Start button, we only have to change our scene to the first scene in our game. Get tree.changeScene and then paste the string of your first scene in here. In my case, it's level 0.
Wait, you can just drag
And
things from
now it
the
should work.
list like that? Okay, so then on start, get tree dot change scene. And then we need to take it should be this one, lmain t scene. I didn't know you could do that. That's really cool. If you have something in your files here and you want it in the code, you can just drag it in and it gives you the path to the file. It's amazing.
First scene in here. In my case, it's level 0. And now it should work.
Oh yeah, let's try it. What? Maybe it needs to be changed scene to file. Or is this packed? This is packed, isn't it? What are you? You're a packed scene, so we need change scene to packed. Invalid argument. Okay, so then we need at on ready main scene. Yeah, that's right. Equals this path, but we need this in a preload. Okay, are you happy? Why are you not happy? Unexpected identifier in class body. What does that even mean? Oh, this needs to be var. That's why. There we go. Then we put main scene in here, and then hopefully it'll be happy and work and stuff. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. There should be, because right now if we press play, it puts us into the game. There should be a way somewhere to tell it which scene is the main scene. Maybe it's in the... No, it should be in the project settings, not the editor settings. Autoload? No. Main scene setting, please help. I was trying to follow a tutorial and make my first game, blah, blah, blah. Project settings, general, application, run. There, this is what we're looking for. Then change this to main menu T scene. And now when we run it, we're in the main menu. Perfect. Oh wait, I had an answer to that somewhere. Don't I have... Does that control work still? Yeah, it does. Where is that? In here, let's go here. Let's move this up here since that's what we're working on. Here, and then in the player top-down scene. Actually, no, it should be here, shouldn't it? No, I think it's in this script here. Yeah, get tree got quit. Perfect. Now the exit button works. I'm not gonna worry about this one yet. Okay, so now we need this to be... Can we not just move this? That should be this one. Yeah, we need that to be like, I don't know, somewhere in the center. Somewhere about where the center of the screen is. And then that works. How do I make all of this bigger? Should I just scale the entire thing? Or is there a way to make the buttons themselves bigger? Well, I'm gonna be honest. Making this menu way easier than I expected. Tooltip, focus, mouse, input theme. Yeah, none of these things change the thing that I'm hoping to change. Yo, Exalted, hello, how's YouTube land? Visibility. Like, there has to be a way to change the text size, unless maybe that's in the VBox container. Nice group chat, looks fancy. I found this tool called Social Stream. And I put in the two chats and it puts them together and then gives me a link that I can give to OBS. It seems to work pretty well. Tooltip, focus, mouse, input, theme. Yeah, none of these. How is text size decided? What if we make this bigger? That does make the buttons bigger. That one doesn't. Text behavior, alignment, nothing. There's no text size. But mine will be so much better in the eventual future of actually being finished. One day. Yeah, I didn't really get much of a chance to look into what is your thing called? Stream something. I didn't get a chance to mess with it much. I kind of just stumbled upon this program. I was just like, okay, that solves a lot of my problems. I was already here. Scale, that's not what we're looking for. I genuinely don't understand. Theme? Is it theme? I don't want to make a theme just to find out. Yeah, this is all font stuff. There we go, look at that. We did it. Let's make this 25 so it's like a good number. And then let's apply that to all the rest of these. A lovely menu, thank you. We doing it. What happens if I make this smaller than its contents? Oh, then it just forces itself to be bigger. Cool. What is the control node? What does control do? I guess I should have probably thought about that first, but we're here now. Base class for all GUI controls adapts its position and size based on its parent control. Control features a bounding rectangle that defines its extent. Okay, so this is what like decides the screen size and everything. That's cool. Got it. Well, now we have a menu for a game. That was a million times easier than I expected that to be. Check out branch. Main menu. Wait, I committed everything. Yes. Good. Go to GitLab and let's merge. What am I looking for? Code. Branches. Make a new merge request. And merge it. And then we go back here, check out main, pull. And then Godot's gonna yell at us a little bit, but then it'll be fine. See? Everything's great. Everything still seems to work. Okay, well, I should have deleted these functions, but it's kind of too late for that, and it doesn't really matter that much. It would just make that script a little cleaner. Now, it's time to look into multiplayer, which I'm a little scared. I could have sworn I bookmarked it. Did I bookmark it on a different profile? Yeah, I bookmarked it here. Hold on, I'll show this on stream in a second. Okay, so I have two things here. Let's bookmark them before I forget. I don't know what they do. Well, I know that this one hooks into... No, actually, we don't want to dive into Steam yet. Steam is going to be a nightmare. Well, no, not a nightmare. It's just that I want to start small. Yo, Fried Trim, thanks for joining my Discord server. I appreciate you. Send memes. What was I doing? Oh yeah, so in this Discord server, somebody was talking about exactly what I'm trying to do. No, this doesn't help. Oh, obviously. Had to use a dummy Steam account, blah, blah, blah. eNet multiplayer peer, that's what I wanted to look for. After being initialized as either a client server or mesh, events can then be handled by connecting to multiplayer API signals. What? You can use the UPnP class to try to forward the server port automatically when starting the server? What does it mean by porting or forwarding automatically? Isn't that like exactly what ports don't do? Because that should be router configuration. Unless forwarding in this context isn't what I think it is. But what are the signals? It said there's signals. Multiplayer API. It is possible to override the multiplayer API instance. I don't care. I don't want to do that. I just want to make it work. Is multiplayer... Is this a node? It can't be, right? Oh wait, that's not what I want to do. Child node. No, it is not. Serial low-level networking, blah blah blah. These protocols are flexible. This is due to inherent limitation of low-level protocols. UDP is simpler. Yeah, makes sense. Each node has a multiplayer property, which is referenced in the multiplayer API instance configured for it by the scene tree. High-level networking is managed by the scene tree. What do you mean by the scene tree? To initialize networking, a multiplayer peer object must be created, initialized as a server or client, and passed to the multiplayer API. Okay, it might be time for more menus then. Can I make this as simple as adding a second VBox? Because it seems kind of silly to make this multiple scenes. I would like to have a second VBox container with buttons. And this will be 3 buttons, and then the first one will be like single player. And then client and server. Oops, there we go. And then we also need to attach all these signals to the main menu. And then move this to here. Oh wait, not that. That's the wrong thing. That exits the game. I mean this. How are we gonna do this? I don't understand how this is supposed to work. Because if we create the multiplayer peer here, create the multiplayer client, if we do this, but then we change scene, it should just be gone. We just lose it. Where's multiplayer defined here? Is it? Oops. Go back. Is it in like node? It is, that's where it is. So then up here, we're setting the node multiplayer. But isn't that still tied to that node? Multiplayer instance associated with this node. Okay, well, let's try some things and see how it works. Go to copy this and put this here. Oh wait, there's something important that I was missing, which is when we press start, we should do visible equals false. No, on the VBox container. Oh wait, we can just name these uniquely. So this will be multiplayer menu, and this will be the main menu. And then now we just need to do the main menu equals get node. Actually, we can just do $sign main menu. The main menu of the menu? The main menu. It's no, listen, hear me out. Listen, let me cook. This is the main menu, right? But then this is the main menu of the main menu, so it's the main menu. Multiplayer menu, and then what we want to do is main menu dot visible equals false, and then multiplayer menu dot visible equals true, and we need this to be non-visible by default. So we go here and panic. That's fine, let's comment that out for a moment. Yeah, that works great. Yeah, so now we need to do this. And then let's give this just 127.0.0.1 and then this like port 5000. And then we do that and it does nothing because we also need to do this. Oh, that's not the button I was trying to press. Start, then client. Beautiful. And then we need to go here. One thing I don't know how to do is to tell... No, we don't have to tell the main anything. I think the main can just figure it out by checking to see if the multiplayer peer exists. And that's where we go here and call get multiplayer. So let's do that here. Wait. We can... Okay. So how did I get here? Here, I think we just need to call scenetree.setMultiplayer. Here. Oh wait, no, it was like this. Set multiplayer. I do not recognize this song. Is this in my playlist? Yeah, I added it recently. Interesting. How do I get the scene tree? Oh, is that just tree or get tree? Wait, but I don't think that matters because I think this will be a different scene tree than the one that we end up in here, but I don't know. Let's try it. Get tree dot get multiplayer. And then print the result of this. It didn't. Oh wait, no, it did. Scene multiplayer. I think that works then. So what does get multiplayer actually do? It returns a multiplayer API. It's weird to me that there isn't like a is connected. Let's pull. Okay. It doesn't help me though. Peer connected, the signal is emitted. How do I connect to signals again? My headphone wire was tickling my arm. I thought it was a bug. It felt like a bug. I've been really jumpy lately because there's a lot of bugs in my house, especially moths. There's so many moths in my house. It's moth season in Colorado. And it's a nightmare. I live in a nightmare. You keep getting in our lights, yeah. It's so annoying. I have to like... I try to keep the lights in my bedroom off at all times. And then when I'm getting ready for bed, I will turn off all the lights in the house, go into my room, close the door, and then I can turn on the light so no moths will get in there. Otherwise, they'll just be fluttering around all night and keeping me up. Okay, so we have creating a custom signal. I'm so confused. Because as far as I know, no, there is a way to hook into signals. I've done it before. How did I do it? I thought the answer was here, but I can't find it. Connecting a signal via code. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. Oh, they don't have an example of it, but I think I do. Yeah, like this. Let's copy that. Go here. And then we have the multiplayer API here. Oh, I put a letter there. Get rid of that. Let's put the multi API here in this variable. And then still keep printing it out. And then we should be able to do multi API. Wait, this isn't what I thought I copied.
Because space is not empty. It contains the whole universe.
There we go. Now we should replace this with multi API.
Is not empty.
Connect to
It contains everything.
connection failed. That should tell us stuff. And let's call this on multiplayer. Connection failed. And then define this here. Paste. Yeah, and that works, so we just need to print connection failed. But it doesn't print that, which means the connection isn't failing. I wish there was a way to get more information from the multiplayer here. The multiplayer API. Can we just hook all of them to the same function? No, because these ones have parameters. But let's just do all of them and see if one of them does things. Oh, you know what, actually? It's probably because of this. The old try-all method. Yeah.
Not any conception. The highest
Oh,
state
that still
of
didn't work.
consciousness in samadhi
Oops.
is called nirvikalpa samadhi, which means literally non-conceptual.
Peer connected and then peer disconnected. And then this should be on multiplayer. Peer connected. And then we're gonna make these the same function because I'm lazy. Well, it's not really laziness, it's just kind of like, I don't even know if this is gonna work, so why take the time to write out all these functions? Peer connected or disconnected. One or the other, we're not sure. No prints. Nothing happened. Here's a question. If we just never make a multiplayer API or a multiplayer peer in the first place, nothing is happy. So I don't know what the tree does when you call get multiplayer if no multiplayer exists. That's strange. Yeah, that's all fine. I mean, this might matter. I don't imagine it does. Oh, this is the same signal. How did I manage that? Why are you upset? Oh yeah, because this function doesn't exist. Alright, fine, we're making both functions. Because maybe it'll be happier if I do, I don't know. Start client, nothing. Alright, let's go to good old YouTube. Hey, that's me!
Godot 4 has brought some new things to the table that makes creating multiplayer games even easier. In this video, I'll go over the new features and demonstrate how they were used to build a tank game in the background. I'm going to be focusing on the high level multiplayer features in this video. If you'd like to see a tutorial on the low level stuff, drop a comment below. Let's start with the new additions. First up, we have the multiplayer spawner node. To set up this node, you provide it with a root node path and a list of spawnable scenes. Then, whenever a scene from the list is instantiated under the root node, it will automatically get replicated across all connected peers. If that node is later deleted, that gets synced across the lobby too. It also keeps track of the scenes it spawned, so if a new client connects later, it can instantiate all the scenes for them that it needs to. Here's how I'm using it. In the main scene, I have a plain node called network, which I'm using as my spawn route. I've then populated the auto spawn list with all the scenes I want automatically replicating, including the player. Then, in my lobby code,
When a new client connects, I create a new player for them and just add it as a child of the network node. This will then be synced to all players without any extra code from us, and as already demonstrated, all the existing players will be spawned in for the new client too. Scenes to replicate don't have to be instantiated directly under the network node either. It works with nested scenes too.
Wait, does that mean it's smart enough to... I was thinking that I would need to create an object that represents a network player. But it kind of sounds like it's smart enough to just create the same player scene and use it differently.
I have a basic shield scene. It's set up to deflect bullets and deletes itself after 3 seconds. Then, when the player is killed and respawns, I just instantiate the shield as a child of the player. Because the shield is also within the auto spawn list and the player is under the network node, the shield is automatically replicated for all peers without any extra multiplayer logic from us. The new multiplayer synchronizer node is fantastic for rapidly prototyping multiplayer games. It allows you to synchronize properties across clients without writing any code. To use this, just place it within a scene, set the root and give it a path to the properties you want to synchronize. If a client is a network authority, it will update the set properties on its peers. You can also set if these properties only need to sync on spawn and continuously. You can even set how frequently you want to sync this information. By default, synchronizations will happen every network frame. Here is an example of it being used within the tank game. The bullet scene has a multiplayer synchronizer, which synchronizes both the bullet's position and rotation. No code is required, it just works. One thing to note though, I used Godot 4.0 Beta 2 for this example, and I ran into an issue. When the server is a network authority, everything works fine, but in the tank game I had each player be the network authority of their own player scene. When this is the case, the multiplayer synchronizer didn't sync the properties of the player scene at all. An easy workaround I found though was to add a child node to the player scene and attach the synchronizer to that instead. Then I created some properties on that child node in a script and synced them rather than the actual player's properties. For some reason, this fixed the issues and everything worked as expected. Another thing to note is that while it's fine to prototype your game by just adding a bunch of properties to these synchronizers, it's not the most efficient way of sending data and could cause issues at scale. You can fix this by creating a dedicated property to sync where you can add your own optimizations to reduce the size of the sync state. The example on the screen is from an article on Godot's website that I'll link in the description. The example shows health and mana being encoded as two 8-bit integers, which will be smaller than sending them as the default 64-bit integers, saving on bandwidth. Finally, let's cover the changes to RSets and RPCs. If you don't know, RSets are a way of setting properties on scenes over the network. RSets have been completely removed from Godot 4. This is due to them providing a lack of control and poor performance. It's better to just use RPCs anyway. RPC stands for Remote Procedure Call, and as the name suggests, are a way of calling functions remotely over the network. They've undergone quite a few changes from Godot 3 to Godot 4. To mark a function as an RPC, you just use the RPC annotation.
Okay.
Hey guys, this is Mitch.
This is an hour-long
CGI,
video.
and today we're going to talk about how to do multiplayer with Godot. So this video, to do that, we're going to need to actually build out a multiplayer connection screen. So we'll come into scene, new scene. We're going to add in a user interface. We're going to right-click, add a child node, and I'm going to add in a button. And I'm going to put in that button host. So I'm going to say host here. And then I'm going to do the same thing, but it's going to be join. We'll pull this across and we'll type join like that. And then I'm going to do one more so that way I can start my game. So we'll put it down here, I guess, over here, and say start game like that. And now we have to actually build out our code for this. So when you do your multiplayer code, you actually need to do quite a bit of prep work. So we're going to call this our multiplayer
multiplayer.
And we got to set up some
says
things before
multiplayer.
we can actually get going. So first things first, we're going to need to create some variables up here. I'm going to hit @export and I'm going to say var address, and I'm going to make that equal to quote 127.0.0.1. Now, this is going to be a temporary address because we're going to need to change it. And I'm going to come in here. I'm going to name this host, and I'm going to name this join. I really should have just named that in the beginning, but I did not. We'll say join and start game. And I'm also going to come in here, go to node, on button down. I'm going to connect that to... Oh. I'm going to connect that to here. I'm going to do the same thing with join. I'm going to do the same thing with start game. There we go. And once we have these three things, we need to set up a bunch of stuff. So first things first, we're going to need to hook up some signals here. So first we'll say multiplayer dot peer connected dot connect, and we'll pass in our callable. Now in our case, I'm just going to make a function down here that's called func player.
Wait. We create a client, but we never tell it to connect, huh? I wonder if that's why the connection wasn't failing. Interesting. Okay.
They're connected.
It's very interesting.
And we'll pass in an ID value. And we'll just print out player connected ID. And then I could just pass in connect player connected. We're going to do the same thing well with disconnected. So multiplayer peer disconnected.
Oh no, this is just a
connect,
fancier way of connecting the signals.
and we will do
Maybe this was the Godot 3 way to do it.
copy this guy,
No, it says Godot 4. I don't know.
player disconnected.
Maybe it's just a
ID,
fancy
and
way to connect the signals then.
we will print out whether or not that player's been disconnected. Like that. And then we need one for connected to server and then one for connection failed. So connected to server and connection failed. And I'm just going to grab this guy, paste, grab this guy, paste. And really, I should just follow this bit of naming convention here. So we'll actually just change these guys like this just to kind of match. And we'll go from there. So we'll say func connected to server, and we'll print connected to server.
Sever.
And finally, connection failed.
Connected to sever.
And we'll say couldn't connect. Now, let's talk about what some of these are for. So peer connected. What is peer connected for? This gets called on the server and clients when someone connects, right? This does the same thing. This gets called on all of the servers and clients when they disconnect. This gets fired only from clients, okay? And this one gets fired only from clients as well. So what this means is this gets fired whenever somebody connects, and this gets fired when a client connects to a server. Now, the reason why that's important is because if you need to send information from the clients to the server, this is basically how you do it. You would do it from here, not from here, okay? And that's kind of something to keep in mind. Now, once we hit our host button, that means we're going to set up an actual host. So what do we have to do to actually host? Well, first things first, we need to make a peer. And we need that to be an eNet multiplayer peer. And we'll say .new. Now it's going to create a new instance of that. Now we do need to create a server. And usually you want to check for an error. So we'll say error is equal to peer.create server. And we'll need to pass in a port. Now we don't actually have a port up here, so let's set one. And we'll set our port to 8910. Just because 8910. I think it's a fun port to have. So we'll create our port, comma, and then it's going to ask a maximum number of peers. Now, in my case, the game's going to be a 2-player game, though if you want, you could have 6 or 10 or 20 people. If I remember correctly, it's a max of 32, so you can only have up to 32 players at one time. That's something to keep in mind.
So how does that compare to this?
Error does not equal
Same thing.
okay, then we can print cannot host, and we'll pass in that error like that. And we're going to want to return. If not, then we're ready to actually get things moving. Now, something that I like to do is I like to do a little bit of compression here. So first things first, let's type peer dot get host dot compress, and you could see that they have a couple of compression here, a little bit of compression algorithms here. Now, if you look to eNet connection, there's actually an enumeration here that we can use. So we can have compress none, which basically means it's not going to compress at all. That's really good if you have
ads. I'm going to take a quick break too while the people on Twitch are watching ads. I'll be right back.
Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight, better off, I'm gonna find my way tonight, won't you talk to me, I wanna heal your sorrow, won't you talk to me, we'll make a new tomorrow, won't you talk to me.
Okay, I'm back. Is the ad break over? How do I know? I think the ad break's over.
Like a LAN connection or something like that. It's not a big deal.
It's over.
And it
Nice.
works pretty well. Compressed
I'm glad you're still
range
hanging out,
encoding
Shrimp.
Is used with small packets, and it's not.
I am a little
super efficient
surprised. I
algorithm,
don't
but it's
imagine
really well
watching me watch this video is very entertaining.
for, least amount of CPU usage. Then you have fast LZ, which basically allows you to have less CPU resources, but it has more bandwidth. And then compress zlib is great for compressing larger things, but uses more CPU. And then zstd is just the algorithm that's basically
Okay, I don't care
set
about
this
that.
up. It's just that you're going to get a little bit more bandwidth usage. It's a multiplayer
This is too much with the music.
dot set multiplayer peer, and I'm going to pass in my peer like that. And that's going to set my peer, this guy here, my server, as my peer. So think of it kind of like this. We created an object that said, hey, we want to host this thing, right? So think of like hosting as like a computer saying, hey, I'm ready to host this thing. So we set this peer value as our host. And then we are now setting and telling Godot, hey, we want to use that host as our peer. So that way we can use our own connection and play our game, if that makes sense. Now I'm going to put a print in here and say, waiting for players. And then I am going to go ahead and just wait for a second. I'm not going to do anything else. There is some additional stuff that we're going to need to do, but for right now, this will work for what we're trying to do. So once we have this, we can hit Control S because I just naturally do that. And I'm just going to call it
Making dinner and watching. Nice. Well, I appreciate having you here.
multiplayer scene. I'm going to come down here to our join, and I'm going to set up our join. So that way we can actually join. Now, something that we should do is we should make peer global. So I'm going to come up here and I'm just going to say var peer, and I'll scroll down here and just remove our var like that. Now, you don't want to allocate the eNet multiplayer peer until you're ready to go. So that's the reason why I'm not doing it up here automatically on startup, because you may not want to have multiplayer immediately. So there's no reason to kind of create that variable if we don't need to. Now, if we come down to our join button, we need to actually come in and figure out where we're going to join. So all we have to do is do the same thing. So peer is equal to eNet multiplayer peer dot new, like that. Then we could say peer dot create client. We have to come up with an IP address, which we set up here, address. So address, comma, and then we need to come up with a port, and we actually have a port set. So our port, right? And then we need to set up if we're going to use compression, much like before. So I'm just going to keep it at the same compression as the other one right here. And then if we click join, we have a crash, but it at least ran our peer connected. It says invalid operand string and int. That's totally fine. So we'll just say str and we'll wrap this guy in str. But you'll notice that our ID value here is 1.
Wait, how did you make it so that it ran 2 Godot clients?
On 2 instances.
Oh. Well, let's do that first thing. Okay, let's do stuff. Let's get music back on. And then we need, what are we doing here? And then all of this should be fine, right? Yeah, the only thing I'm not doing is the compression, but I don't really care about compression yet. That's something that I'll care about later. And then it seems like this is more or less this from the example. So I'm going to start there and then change this to match what he had in the video. So then he had this return error. And then did this check of if error does not equal okay. Print cannot host. And then return so we don't end up calling this. What is your problem? Where is not declared? Yep. So then here's where we need to go up here and do address and port, and address equals 127.0.0.1, port equals 5,487. That's just a random number. Address, port, and let's make that 1. Unless the server itself counts as a client, let's make it 2, just in case. Okay, and then I don't know if there's a difference between these two methods of doing things, but let's do it the way he did in the YouTube video, and then that's it.
Like that. And in theory, that should work. So hopefully this will actually work. So if we go
Oh,
to-
because of the signals. I was like, how do we know? How do we know if we're connecting? It's because of the signals. I didn't do the signals. Here. So let's go set up all those signals. That was in ready. We do multiplayer dot peer connected dot connect. And then peer disconnected. Oh, why are you highlighting like that? There we go. Connection to server. It would help if I spelled right. And then connection failed. Oops. And then let's call this underscore on peer connected. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Ah, I keep doing control minus instead of shift minus. You're actually writing in connection failed. I'm making a signal so that we can see if the connection failed. So basically what happens is multiplayer has all these events that it can trigger, like peer connected, peer disconnected, connection failed, connection to server. And now we're tying into those and writing a function that says, hey, when that event happens, call this function. And then we can make a print and see when those events happened. Does that make sense? I misspelled disconnected here. Oh, I get it now. Yeah. You get it now, Shrimp. Here, disconnected. We're gonna want to remove the change scene here while we're testing this. I wonder if it matters that we need a thing here. Connected to server, and then the last one will be connection failed. Okay, So now that should work. Connected, not connection. This is connection. Now this should work. Third time's the charm. There we go. Okay, so now this one we start the server and allow that. Not responding, that's a little concerning. Did it do anything? Can I convert argument 1 from string to int? Here? Neither of these arguments are strings. Nope, never mind, this is a string. It's not supposed to be a string, it's supposed to be an integer. There we go, fixed. Okay, start server, start client. Peer connected. That worked. Incredible. How to change scenes without losing your player. This might answer the question. Why is it a 35-minute video? Why is it so long? Could use an auto load to remove the player from the scene tree. Huh. How to move a node across a scene. The way I would do it is to store a reference to the player somewhere in a singleton and add it to the root tree temporarily, and then when a new scene is loaded, add it as a child. But the important thing here is that you need to call remove child first. Am I wrong about what happens when you change scenes? That is just straight up not accurate. Oh, it's looking at the wrong one in it. There we go. Okay. So things that are outside of the scene will get reserved, will get preserved. So that's not a terrible idea. I don't know. I'm not sure how I want to deal with this. Because my problem is what's happening, or what I'm stressed about, and maybe I should just stop stressing about this because it's not a problem yet. is that this object, this node that is handling all of these events, it gets deleted as soon as this connection happens. As soon as we connect the client and the server, then this node gets deleted, and then we don't have any of these, which means I either need to reconnect them here, which I actually did sort of do. I need to do that better. I either need to reconnect them all in this script or have a thing that gets preserved when we switch scenes. I don't know if we want it to get preserved. Because the way we handle these events here is going to be different from the way we handle these events here. So maybe we don't want to do that. Alright, let's keep watching this video.
Failed.
See what we find.
And we'll say couldn't connect. Now, let's talk about what some of these are for. So peer connected. What is peer connected for? This gets called on the server and clients when someone connects, right? This does the same thing. This gets called on all of the servers and clients when they disconnect.
Oh yeah, I already watched this. I already watched most of this, didn't I?
Once we hit, so all we have to do is do the same thing. So to do what, just say str. So what can we do to make our game start? Well, we can do this thing called RPC, and RPC stands for Remote Procedure Call. And basically that means that we're going to go out and call a function across all of our peers, or technically it can be on any peer. We don't necessarily need to do it on one specific peer, but it's just something that we need to keep in mind. So when we click on Start Game, how do we actually tell it to start the game? Well, we could go and tell it to load our scene and instantiate it, and then there you go, right? Yes, but no. When you want to do an RPC, it needs to be a separate function, and it needs to have the proper decoration above it for it to know that that's an RPC. So what does that mean for us? Well, if we come up here and we create a function called start game, like this, and we tell it to load our scene. So var scene is equal to load, and we're going to pass in our scene. So we'll put in our test scene.tscn, and we'll put .instantiate. Like that.
Why
and
is
then
he
we can
doing
just
that
add
like
it
that?
to our tree. So get
Juice.
tree
I'm drinking.
.root.
I'm drinking mango nectar. Because I took a trip to Mexico last week and I had a lot of really good mangoes. And then when I got back, I was like, I need more mango in my
add
life.
Child like that, and we'll add our scene like that. And then I'm just gonna hide my actual scene like so, and there we go. Now once we have here, we can just say start game, right? And now it should work. Well, no, you need to actually tell everyone that they can call this scene, so we have to use a decoration for that, and the decoration we have
Yeah, it was a great trip. It was for my mom's wedding.
to use is called @RPC. Now you'll notice that there's a bunch of options here: any peer, authority, call local, call remote, reliable, unreliable.
Okay, I might have to rethink this then. Does that even matter? They both know that they got connected. So I think what should happen is just when they both get this connected call, then they start the game. This idea makes more sense for a game that can have more than 2 players.
What does all that mean? Well, it's actually pretty simple. Any peer means all peers will call it.
And I will have more than 2 players possible in my game, but I'll worry about that later.
That means everybody that's connected, when that RPC comes out, everybody will call that function. Authority will call only from authority. So,
because I'm gonna want this screen. Where are we? Here. Run this. Eventually, I'm gonna want this screen to be a character select screen instead of being this screen. Or maybe when you click server, it goes to the character select screen, and then as people join, it shows their character selection as well. It'll be up to 4 players. We're heavily inspired by Overcooked here, and I like that Overcooked is like, you can play alone and you'll have a terrible time, or you can have 2 people, you'll have a great time, and you can have up to 4. So that's what I'm trying to do.
only when the authority calls it will it actually go out to everyone else to call. Call local means that when I call that RPC, I will also call that RPC on my end. So I'll say, hey, I'm going to call that RPC while I'm here. Call remote will only call it on remote people. Reliable means that it's going to be reliable, which means we're going to use TCP. That's going to be a lot slower, but it's going to be reliable. And then unreliable means that it's going to be a U.
Okay, well now I want to do the thing that I wanted to do. Grab this call and put this here. Yeah, just here. And now ideally, when I go here and start, when I go here and start server and then go here and start client, they both start the game. Beautiful. We don't have any syncing for the player character yet. Hopefully, that'll be explained in this video.
It's going to be unreliable. There's a possibility that other people may not get it. So first things first, when a player connects to the scene, I want to make sure that we keep track of all of the people that are in the project, right? So if there's 1 player or 5 players, I want to know that those 1 or 5 players exist, and I want to be able to have a reference of all of those players. Now, you can do it one of 2 ways. You could come in here and just have a reference to them here, or in my case, I think it's always good to have a game manager for that. So I'm going to go to File, New Script, and I'm just going to add in a game manager like that. And I'm going to come in here and say var players. And I'm going to make that equal to an object of some description. And then I'm going to make my game manager global by going to project settings, auto load, and I'm going to auto load my game manager like so. And I'll click add. And that's going to make it so that I can access my game manager .players at any time. And I want that so that way I have a lot of flexibility here. And now once we have our players here, we can basically just add them to this list. So we'll go back to our multiplayer controller here. And when a peer gets connected, right, when you connect to your server, you're basically going to inform the server that you've connected. Now, I understand that we have the player connected with ID, but what if your player has a custom name, or if they have a custom icon or something like that, right? You want to be able to send that information across the wire. And that's what connected to server is for. So all we have to do is just come in here and hit @RPC, and then we'll do any peer, comma, call local, func, send player information. And you can pass in any information that you might want. Now, in my case, I'm just going to pass in the name and the ID of the player. And you, of course, can pass in any amount of information that you want. So I'll just say if not game manager .players has ID. If they don't have that ID, then let's add it. Game manager .players ID is equal to, and we'll pass back and we'll build some kind of object. So I'm just going to say name, and we'll make that into their name, comma. We could say something like ID, colon, ID, and then let's say score. and we'll set that by default to 0. Now, of course, you could always pass any information you want. You could just pass whatever you would like. But in my case, I'm just going to pass this little bit of information. And then I'm going to check if multiplayer dot is server, then for I in game manager dot players, send player information dot rpc game manager dot players I dot name comma I, and that'll pass all that information to everyone. And then from here, we can basically call this function whenever a user connects. So we could do it here on peer connected, but that's not going to be great. If we do it on peer connected, then everyone's going to run this little bit of code here on their own machine. So remember, this gets called on the server and the clients. And you could have it so that all the clients just broadcast their information.
Node
out.
Sandwich, hello, welcome. How are you doing today? I'm learning about how to add multiplayer to my Godot game. Let me show you what I have going on in my game. The concept is, it's a tower defense game. We got some enemies going around the path. We got towers shooting at the enemies. This one shoots rockets that explode over here. This one has electricity and it slows down the towers, and it has a battery on it. We have to go take the battery and recharge it once in a while. And I am adding multiplayer, and hopefully in the end this will be kind of like a marriage between like Overcooked and tower defense, and you'll be like running around trying to make sure that every tower has enough ammunition and that your electric tower is charged enough, and be like a good chaotic co-op game.
Just make sure that everybody's up to date that way. Or you could come into here and just say, hey, when connected to the server, send my information to the server. Or you could tell it to send all of its information out to everyone when they're connected to the server. And that's completely up to you on how you want to approach it. In my case, I'm going to say send player information .rpc ID. Peer ID is going to be 1, comma, and we have to pass in their name and then their ID. Now, we don't actually have a name, so we'll just go with quote, comma, multiplayer .get unique ID, and that's going to pull back our ID. Now, for this
looks really fun
here where we have the quote,
especially if you're running around with friends managing all the towers together. Yep, that's the intention.
We can go to our control node, add in a child node. Let's add in a line edit like that. And let's just say $.
I imagine you found my stream because you must be either interested in Godot or currently making a game in Godot. Are you working on anything at the moment?
Line edit .text, comma, get unique ID. And then our line edit, we can come into here, go into our 2D scene. We'll just drag this guy out here. Maybe we can pull this out just a little bit. Right click, add in a node, add in a label like that, and we'll just say name like that. And I guess if you want people to use the stuff the way you would expect, maybe we should take both of these guys.
Gotta go for now. Great work so far. Best of luck and take care. Bye, Shrimp. Thank you for hanging out.
Up at the top, grab the rest of these guys, just pull it down a little bit, and there we go. And that'll just give us a little bit, better workflow. So we can go back to our script. We can say send RPC ID. It's going to add it to our server, and then our server is going to go and send it to everyone else so that everyone else is up to date. Now, this is structured so that it's going to work with lots of players. You could have up to 32 players, and this code will work. If you were just doing a single, 2-player game, this is probably a little bit on the overkill side, but I want to make sure that we do it correctly. Now, this is going to work, but we need to make it so that our host also sets their information. So we'll come in here and we'll just say, send player information. I'm going to pass in my $line edit dot text, comma, and then my ID, which should be 1, but just in case, so that we're not going to run into any weird funky things, we'll just pass it in as you would expect. So we'll say multiplayer dot get unique ID, and that'll just pass back our ID. Now I know that there's a lot of information here, but hear me out. If I throw a breakpoint here, I hit play, and then I set my name as test host, you're going to see that we have a break here. If multiplayer server, for that send player information, we have a infinite recursion. Now, why is that? Well, that's because we have call local here. So let's pull that out, and then let's try that again. So test host user join, and then we'll click start game.
I've been
Now, it's gonna
learning.
throw a breakpoint here, and I did that.
I've been learning Godot myself recently. My big passion project is to make a sort of Kingdom Hearts style third-person action RPG. Got a long way to go, but I'm learning new things every day. Godot has also been a lot of fun and very easy to use so far. Nice. I'm glad to hear it. I really like Godot. As far as like, I've only ever used Unity in Godot, but in comparison, Godot seems to work a lot more similarly to the way that my brain works and thinks about things.
Purpose. If we take a look at our globals, we go to our game manager and we take a look at that real quick. You'll see that we have a dictionary of 2. You'll see we have an ID of 1 and
Okay,
an ID
I don't really
of
care about
some
any of
random
this.
string. Spawning system. Okay.
I just want to understand how to sync the players together.
And our spawning system is going to be relatively simple. Basically, when this scene gets started, we're going to loop through our players and then we're going to spawn them in specific locations. So how do we do that? Well, first, we need to actually get our spawn location. So I'm going to right click our node 2D. I'm going to add in a child node. I'm going to add in a node 2D. And I'm going to drag that node 2D down. We'll put it right about here. We'll duplicate that node 2D and we'll put it right here. Now I'm going to grab node 2D number 1. I'm going to make it a 0 and
Used to use Unreal for most of my time working on this game, but after using it to make a smaller game for a game jam, there are certain issues with it that make Godot an easier option to use. Interesting. Are you... Yeah, I guess all of this has to be 3D. I was going to ask if you're working in 2D or 3D, but that seems like a dumb question now.
and I will make the other one 1. And what that means is index of 0 and index of 1. So spawn location 0 and spawn location 1. Now, we need a good way to get back that information. What we could do is we could put it underneath another object. So we could actually come in and say add child node 2D and call this spawn location like that. And we can grab these two guys like so and drag them underneath, and that would work. But what would be better off is if we have a way to just grab all that information. So if we go over to node groups, we can just call this a player spawn point like that. And then we can just copy that, go to the other one, paste it, and hit add. Now, again, if this is a 2-player game, you don't necessarily need to have all this fancy stuff. You could just get away with saying, here's where player 1 spawns, here's where player 2 spawns, and there you go, right? But in our case, I want to make sure that everything is nice and well put together for expandability so we could have 10 or 15 players. In game manager.players, spawn our players, right? So var current player is equal to player scene.instance like that. And then we can say add child current player. Now you might go, okay, that's great. We've added our player, but they're just there, right? They aren't spawned underneath our actual spawn locations. Well, that's where some of the magic comes in. So what we can do is we can loop through our spawn locations. So for spawn in get tree, and I believe we called it player spawn point. So we'll grab that player spawn point. If spawn dot name.
But what we're missing is how do we make the player do the network stuff? Because now we just have 2 player objects that are going to react to every keyboard press that you make, but you need 1 player object to react to the keyboard presses and then the other one to react to the network messages.
if we go to our multiplayer scene, we uncheck our little breakpoint here, we hit play, test, host, player, join, start game. We have a crash, cannot call method instantiate on null value. That's my fault. So if we head over to our inspector underneath our test scene, we click on our node, you can see our player scene is empty. So let's grab that real quick.
I'm gonna need to take a break here in a couple minutes though.
So player.tscn, and then if we refresh it, it's going to spawn the wrong scene. So I'm going to click on that and hit refresh again. So we'll hit test, host, player, join, and then start game. You'll see we have another failure here, inoperated string name and int. So that's because this is not a str. So we'll fix that real quick. And the reason why is because index is an integer and spawn.name is actually a string. So we need to make sure that either it's casted as an integer or casted as a string. In my case, I'll just cast it as a string. That's fine. So we'll refresh this one more time. Hopefully this will work. Test, player, join, start game. And you can see we now have 2 players. Now, if I hit left and right, you'll notice that, well,
so there's the problem I was worried about.
Together. And you also notice that it's not being synchronized. So you can see if I move this guy left and right, it's not synchronizing down here either. So that's something that we're going to have to take a look at. But we did get our spawning to work, and that's huge. So Godot actually has this really cool tool that you guys are going to be mad at me if I don't tell you about, and that is the multiplayer synchronizer. It is basically a node that allows you to synchronize data across the stream. So if we right click our player, add a child node and type multiplayer synchronizer right here, you'll see that we have this little node. Now this node allows you to synchronize everything about
Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Node Sandwich. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the Qual Squad.
your character. So the question is,
I am really surprised how many people are watching me just watch this video.
how does this work? Well, if I click add property to sync, you'll see that I can click on any node in here and it will synchronize it across the way. So if I click on player and hit OK, and then I type position like that, it'll synchronize my position. Awesome, right? So it just does all the work for us. Well, kind of. If I show you
But
guys
how does
how
it
this
know?
works, so if I hit play and I hit host and I hit join and start game, you'll notice that now the positions are synchronizing. So you can see here, they are
Hey,
now
well,
synchronizing. If I
welcome.
go to this guy,
Welcome to the Twitch side of things. I also do that. I'll find creators on YouTube and then just go watch them on Twitch.
and I hit left.
I much prefer, when it comes to live content, I much prefer like the Twitch community over the YouTube community. But I haven't spent a lot of time on like live content on YouTube yet, so maybe I'm just biased because Twitch is where I started.
Left and right, you'll notice that this is not synchronizing, right? I can't actually move my player at all, but on my host machine, I can move my player just fine. So what's going on? Well, when the multiplayer synchronizer runs, it sets a specific thing as the player to be the proper object, right? The proper client object. So how do we do that? Well, it first starts with getting our unique ID and assigning it to a player. So what do I mean by that? Well, if I head over to my player here and I open it up and I come in here and I say funk ready, I can go $ multiplayer synchronizer dot set multiplayer authority, and I have to pass in an integer. Okay, and that has to be my ID. Now, if I pass in 1, it'll be the server. If I pass in my own unique ID, then it's going to be me. But we want it to be a little bit more refined than that. We want to actually set the multiplayer authority of each player as their own client unique ID. So I probably will need to show you guys lots of paint for this tutorial, but let's say we have player 1 and player 2. We need to set the unique ID of player 1 to player 1, and we need to set the unique player ID of 2 to 2. But unfortunately, 2 is not a thing. It's technically a, 16-bit character string, right? So it's a big string or integer, right, that we're using. So what we have to do is we need to find a way to tell this player that I am X string. And then we can check if we are str, right? If we are the actual string, then do our bit of code, right? So that's kind of how we have to do it. So how can we do it here? Well, all we have to do is we go into our scene manager, and on spawn, we set our spawn name. When we spawn our player, we need to set our name to our unique identifier. So what we can do is say var current player dot name is equal to I dot game manager dot players I dot ID. And in theory,
Wait. Oh, that's in the scene manager. Okay.
That
I thought
should
he
do
was
what
he was calling that on the player. It was like the
we
player
need
can't
it
do
to
that.
And then here we can basically just say str name dot to int like that. And in theory, that should work. So that's great, but how is that going to work when it comes to synchronizing our stuff? Well, we need to tell our player, our script here, to say, hey, if you are not the multiplayer authority, right? If you are not the actual authority of this character, then do not do anything. So how do we do that? Well, that's actually really easy. We can come in here and just say if $multiplayer synchronizer dot get multiplayer authority is equal to multiplayer dot get unique ID, like that. And if that's the case, then all of this is good to go.
Wait, what was the point of doing any of this, the string name to int, if he could just do multiplayer.get unique ID?
And that should pretty much do it.
Oh, never mind. That's necessary.
So now if we hit our multiplayer scene, we hit refresh. We come in here, we go host, join, start game. You can see we have a crash. So we invalid set index name on type int. So str, because this needs to be a string. It cannot be an integer. So we'll just refresh that. Try it one more time. Host and join and start. Now you'll see if I move left and right, these two guys are following. So you can see these two on the left. If I click on this guy, you'll see that these two guys are following. So awesome. We have like 70% of our multiplayer actually completed.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be back in just a minute. And then when I get back, I'll try to actually implement the things I just learned. Okay, hello, I am back. So, I don't like the way that he did some things. I don't really care about like keeping track of... I guess we do still need to keep track of how many users we have. I just don't really care about usernames like he did. Where was that? Was it
one
here?
player or 5 players, I want to know that those 1 or 5 players exist, and I want to be able to have a players.
Yeah, here.
What if
So let's go here into the common folder and create a script called like multiplayer manager. And then go to, where was it? How did he do that?
your player has a custom, be able to set a goal?
Oh wait, that would have been back here.
And I'm going
Here.
to auto load my game.
Project settings, auto load. And then add the multiplayer manager. Yeah, add that there. Done. Then go to the multiplayer manager and make a var players, which should just be empty object.
Game manager, like so, and I'll click add. And that's going to make it so that I can access my game manager .players at any time. And I want that so that way I have a lot of flexibility here. And now once we have our players here, we can basically just add them to this list. So we'll go back to our multiplayer controller here. And when a peer gets connected, right, when you connect to your server, you're basically going to inform.
He had a function that had at RPC, and let's call that like player joined. Will this autofill? Yeah, any peer.
Form the server that you've connected. Now, I understand that we the player connected with ID, but what if your player has a custom name, or if they have a custom icon or something like that, right? You want to be able to send that information across the wire, and that's what connected to server is for. So all we have to do is just come in here and hit at RPC, and then we'll do any peer, comma, call local, func, send player information. And you can pass in any information that you might want. Now in my case, I'm just going to pass in the name and the ID of the player. And you of course can pass in any amount of information that you want. So I'll just say
okay, I only care about the ID, which actually makes me realize that this where were we? Multiplayer manager can just be an array. It doesn't need to be an object.
Not game manager dot players has ID. If they don't have that ID, then let's add it. Game manager dot players ID is equal to, and we'll pass back and we'll build some kind of object. So I'm just going to say name, and we'll make that into their name, comma. We could say something like ID colon ID, and then let's say score, and we'll set that by default.
Yeah, it should be called players, right? This should be lowercase. It kind of bothers me that he doesn't style his stuff the way it's supposed to be, but multiplayer manager dot players, there we go, now it's happy. Dot append, I think. And this needs to be dot players.
0. Now, of course, you could always pass any information you want. You could just pass whatever you would like. But in my case, I'm just going to pass this little bit of information. And then I'm going to check if multiplayer dot is server, then for I in game manager dot players, send player information dot rpc game manager dot players I dot name comma I, and that'll pass all that information to everyone. And then
so then for I in multiplayer manager dot players, player joined dot rpc, and then this will be multiplayer manager dot players at I.
and from here we can basically call this function.
Why are you angry? Oh, because we just need a tab there. There we go. Put that back over there.
Whenever a user connects. So we could do it here on peer connected, but that's not going to be great. If we do it on peer connected, then everyone's going to run this little bit of code here on their own machine. So remember, this gets called on the server and the clients. And you could have it so that all the clients just broadcast their information out, and you could just make sure that everybody's up to date that way. Or you could come into here and just say, hey, when connected to the server, send my information to the server. Or you could tell it to send all of its information out to everyone when they're connected to the server. And that's completely up to you on how you want to approach it. In my case, I'm going to say send player information dot rpc id. Peer ID is going to be 1, comma, and we have to pass in their name and then their ID. Now, we don't actually have a name, so we'll just go with quote, comma, multiplayer dot get unique ID, and that's going to pull back our ID. Now, for this section here where we have the quote, what we could do, we can go to our control node, add in a child node,
Okay.
let's add in a line.
Okay, now I'm starting to understand what's actually happening here. What's going on is that when a client connects to the server, it sends to the server, hey server, this is my unique ID, I just connected to you. And then when that happens, the server goes and tells all of the other clients, hey clients, this client just connected, this is its ID. That's what's happening. I was really confused about that the first time.
Edit like that. And let's just say $, line edit dot tech, our server.
I thought it was the that this gets called when the server receives a connection, which then this part didn't make sense. Like why are we doing this is server business?
And then our server is going to go and send it to everyone else so that everyone else is up to date. Now, this is structured so that
how does the server know about itself?
Lots of players. You could have up to 32 players, and this code will work. If you were just doing a single, 2-player game, this is probably a little bit on the overkill side, but I want to make sure that we do it correctly. Now, this is going to work, but we need to make it so that our host also sets their information. So we'll come in here, and we'll just say, send player information. I'm going to pass in my $line edit dot text, comma, and then my ID, which should be 1, but just in case, so that we're not going to run into any weird funky things, we'll just pass it in as you would expect. So we'll
So then that was on server pressed. here we want to do player joined. I think that's what I call this function. Player joined multiplayer dot get unique ID. I think that's what he's about to do.
We'll say multiplayer dot get unique ID, and that'll just pass back our ID. Now I know that there's a lot of information here, but hear me out. If I throw a breakpoint here, I hit play, and then I set my name as test host, you're gonna see that we have a break here if multi.
Oh yeah, is this gonna be happy? I think I solved the issue that he had there. So start this one as server. No. What? Wait, that doesn't even make sense. Can we peek into this? No, we don't know what's in here. There's actually no way of looking into it. Quick ad break. Nice. Let's play some music while we wait. Oh. Got it. My two different programming language brains got confused. Oops, that's not the button I wanted to press. Where are these being called from? Yeah, everything else here is okay. Get node not found main menu. We're never calling get node main menu that I can find. Yeah. We're never calling get node in here. Oh wait, but we are calling this. But we're searching for main menu, not main menu, so it's not here that the problem is. Yeah, I don't know what's trying to get node main menu. Maybe it's the RPC. Yeah, it does say right here, failed to get path from RPC main menu. Okay, I don't really know what to do about that then. He doesn't... Oh. I see. He did an interesting thing here, which is very strange to me. I think what would make more sense is to take this and put it in the player manager, the multiplayer manager. And then we can do multiplayer manager dot player joined here, and that should be happy. And then do the same thing here. And then that should make everything happy. Start server, start client. It's still a little angry. What? Whatever p underscore multiplayer is not valid. I don't know what that means. But okay.
Player server. For that send player information, we have a infinite recursion. Now, why is that?
All
Well,
right,
that's because
so now we need to go to
player join. Yeah, but we did get our spawning to work, and that's huge. That's amazing.
oh yeah. Now we need to spawn multiple
Spawning
players.
system. Okay.
Yo, LDM. So you want to move all your multiplayer initialization stuff to an auto load, or some node you're not freeing. That is exactly what I just did. Yeah, so what I'm doing is, where is it? When the game starts, we're just whole ass changing scene, which deletes everything that is in the scene, which is everything that's inside the entire tree right now. But then I have this auto load called the multiplayer manager, which stores a list of all the players, and then I move that RPC call there. It's really good to see you, LDM. Does that matter? Because I was under the impression that when we do here multiplayer.set multiplayer peer, that it stores it on the root. Right? Am I wrong? He did a really interesting thing in this video where he doesn't remove the scene, he keeps the scene for the main menu existing in the tree. He just hides it, which is really strange to me. Okay. We should get rid of this stuff. I'll keep that for now. This one doesn't have errors. Only this one. Oh yeah, because this is the client. Or maybe this is what the issue is. Maybe this is proof that I do have that problem you just described. Oh, also, while we're here, everyone in chat, go follow Team LDM. He's really cool. He is making a kind of Lethal Company inspired bodybuilding game. Which sounds actually absolutely hilarious, and it is absolutely hilarious. But he also streams and makes Godot content, or makes his games in Godot, and it's really good. I'm gonna post a link to his YouTube channel in the YouTube chat, and a link to his Twitch channel in the Twitch chat. He also helped me with quite a few pretty important parts of my game. Okay, so now we need to handle player spawning.
And our spawning system is going to be relatively simple. Basically, when this scene gets started, we're going to loop through our players and then we're going to spawn them in specific locations. So how do we do that? Well, first we need to actually get our spawn location. So I'm going to right click our node 2D. I'm going to add in a child node. I'm going to add in a node 2D. And I'm going to drag that node 2D down. We'll put it right about here. We'll duplicate that node 2D and we'll put it right here. Now I'm going to grab node 2D number 1. Need them for right now. Our node 2D here, which is our scene, we right click, attach a script and call it scene manager. You will see that we have an empty script here. Now, first things first, we're going to need to instance our player. So let's set up an export for that. So at export var player scene, and we'll make that a type path.
Let's go here. Add export var player scene.
Packed scene.
Got it. And then now when we click here, we should be seeing it here. Yeah, player scene here. And then we need to go find our player here. And that would be this scene.
Like that. Now, to get it to spawn our players, all we have to do is say var index is equal to 0. For I in game manager dot players, spawn our players, right? So var current player is equal to player scene dot instance, like that. And then we can say add child current player. Now you might go, okay, that's great. We've added our player, but they're just there, right? They aren't spawned underneath our actual spawn locations. Well, that's where some of the magic comes in. So what we can do is we can
yeah, here's where we need to do multiplayer, or yeah, wasn't it multiplayer manager dot players? Or I in multiplayer manager dot players. Player instance equals player scene dot instantiate, add child player scene or player instance. This is going to be weird. No, that didn't seem to work. Or we have two players that are right on top of each other. Actually, let's see. Main. No, we didn't make them.
Loop through our spawn location. So for spawn in get tree.
Oh, you know what it did actually?
Dot get node.
I didn't spawn them where it was supposed to. There was a set position, right? No. Dot position equals and let's just make it the same thing as this. Yo, back, did you figure it out? I still think that it's fine. Mainly. Okay. Oh, this one has two. But the other one doesn't. I think that's because... No, actually, I have no idea why the other one isn't. Maybe it is that the connection's getting closed. But then one of them should be printing that. We're printing pure connected here. Oh, I closed it so I can't see the other one. All right, let's do that one more time and then go read the outputs. Start server, start client, and then, oh yeah, this should be output for both. Connected to server, peer connected, peer connected. Neither of them say peer disconnected. So I think the connection is still staying open. I think the connection is fine. What do you gather, LDM? You sent me a thumbs up, but I don't remember when that happened.
It's in group, and I believe we called it player spawn point, so we'll grab that player spawn point. If spawn dot name,
I don't have a the sync thing yet, so no. What I don't understand though is why our server is getting 2, but our client isn't. So our client isn't getting the RPC call for some reason. That would be this RPC call. And really, we should be making 3. This is called on... Where? Two places, right? It's called here when we press the server button. And then is called on connected to server. So ideally, yeah, so this one's not called as an RPC call, right? It'll only actually send it to its peers if you call this RPC ID, I think. So when we press the server button, it calls this, which calls itself. What is the difference between .rpc and .rpcid? I need to learn things about RPCs. It does need to have call local. In this video, when he enables call local, it does an infinite loop. I don't know, I'm super confused. Oh. RPC calls every peer. Why can't I pronounce peer? RPC calls every peer. RPC ID calls a specific one. Who are we calling when we call RPC ID? We're calling... No. Here. Yeah, we're calling ourselves. So this is the client. It calls itself. Which means the client should definitely have it. RPC ID 1 is calling the server. Oh. Oh, do I have this backwards? Where is RPC ID defined or documented? Here. It's just 3 dots. I don't know what the second parameter is. But it sounds like, yeah, we're telling the server. Okay. So that's what's going right. When we connect to the server, the client makes this call to the server to say, hey, I exist. This is my ID. Oh, this is the parameter that's defined here. This is the ID. Got it. Yeah, so we're telling the server, hey, this is my ID, I exist. And then the server goes and adds it to the players list. But then the server is supposed to also respond back to the client and make a new RPC call and say, hey, here's all of the players that I have. And that's what's missing for some reason. For some reason, the client isn't receiving that call. Yeah, so this is supposed to happen twice. When we click the server button, the server should go and do that. I wonder if that thing that I was thinking is actually happening, which is that the server doesn't know about itself. But that shouldn't matter. Because we're spawning a player instance. We have a player instance that already exists in the scene because I haven't deleted it yet. And then we're spawning a new player instance for every player that it sees. So as long as the client and the server have at least one, we should be getting 2, but we're not. We should be seeing 2 players. If things are working correctly, they should both be spawning 3. Or there should be 3 players, but there's only 2. There's also a possibility that maybe it's because they're spawning right on top of each other, that they're pushing each other through the floor. So then it looks like it's spawning less than it actually is. Let's do something about that. Where was that? Oh, main. Here. Let's make this one like, I don't know, 13. Start server, start client. Yeah, so we still have 2 here and 1 here. You can look at the remote debug tab to see how many players are actually in the scene. Yeah, good point. Yeah, this must be the client because I'm only seeing the one player. How do I choose which one we're remoting to? Or can I not? Debugger tab, change session. Ooh, genius. Yeah, so this one has 2. This character body 3D is the other one. Player top down. So yeah. I also might have something to do with this. I still have no idea what this error message means. Have you seen that before? Do you know what that means? It's apparently getting called here. Let's get some music. That doesn't mean anything to me, LDM. What do you mean a valid multiplayer state? Because my understanding was that I'm creating the valid multiplayer state right here. I don't know what that's doing. Okay, so you're as confused as I am. Got it. Well, thanks for trying. That's all I ask. Let's just Google that. Almost. Fantastic question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Was it here? No, the answer is that he did that in this video and said that if you do that, it'll save the peer globally so that it gets saved across scenes. I think so. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he says that in that video. Should we just try deleting that and see what happens? Okay, it didn't get any worse, but it didn't get any better either, unfortunately. We have no errors now. But is that a good thing? Do you do anything different than just literally making a var peer and storing it? What is it, a multiplayer peer? That's literally it, okay. And then I guess you would reference that instead of calling multiplayer peer, right? Yeah, I don't remember where he did that. I don't know how to type. I never learned. I wonder if this makes a difference. But I don't know. Anyways, I don't think this is gonna solve anything, but let's find out. Yeah, our client still has 1, server still has 2. Yeah, there's some kind of issue with the RPCs. I agree there. So, client tells the server, hey, I joined. Then the server should respond back to the client and say, hey, these are all the clients I'm aware of. But the server also before that called itself to add itself to the thing. Unless his server isn't working. That's actually the only explanation here that I can think of. Or maybe dot append doesn't work the way that it does in Python. What is the type called? Is it array? Array. Do we have an array.append? Yeah, that should work. Yeah, players.append. So that's fine. Oh no. We know that this is getting to the server, which means that... No, we don't know that, actually. We don't know that the client's RPC call... Oh, that's the server calling itself. We don't know that the client's RPC call is getting to the server. Actually, I don't think it is. Let's add a print here. It did call it. So then what the heck is the client doing? It doesn't make any sense. Nothing makes sense in this world, LDM. We know that... Yeah, connected to server gets called here. Where are we? Main menu, yeah. Unconnected to server. So we know we're calling this. I guess one thing we're missing is we don't know for sure that ID1 is the server. ID1 is 100% the server, okay. it it's trying to tell the client about 2 players. Like, it's doing the thing it's supposed to be doing. You can see right here it tries to tell the client about the server, and then here it tries to tell the client about the server again, as well as telling the client about itself. So why is that not working? Oh, true. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Can we just do a wait? Does Godot have just like wait? I don't think that works. This isn't intended to be a permanent solution. It's just a quick way to test. Hey, you got it. I think you and I were reading the same exact forum post. Now there's less players. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. We need to move that alert box. Thank you so much for the follow, Chromatic. Welcome to the Koala Squad. Oh, okay. So you know. How you doing, Chromatic? If you're here, I assume that you either are doing Godot things or are curious about Godot things. So I'm curious what you're working on. If you are working on something. Yeah, that just straight up did nothing. Now we just don't have any extra players. But why? I don't understand. Can you not do an await and a ready? Just getting started on the whole programming thing? Nice, nice. What are you, do you have any specific ideas you want to build, or are you just curious about game development and programming? So now that I commented that out, if I run this, our server should now have 2 players. Our server now has 2 players. But then I put this back. Let's put this back down to 1. That makes sense. That's a good starting project. What language are you working in? But then we add that await and we have nothing. Why does the await break it? The multiplayer manager is static. We don't have anything that should be removing anything, so it's not like if we wait 1 second, suddenly the array is empty. Right? Like, I can't think of any reason that it would do that. Yeah, but we're only making 1 player anyways. So I guess I should just like, no, how do I even know? Players doesn't have itself? It should. I don't know why it seems to not. Do you think it might be deleting itself because it's being spawned in the same location as something else? Let's put a print here. And see if we actually get any prints out of that. Oh. We are actually, it is actually trying to spawn players. 2 for each one. So maybe it really is that it's spawning them on top of each other and then something goes wrong. It doesn't like that that it's spawning them in the same place. So maybe I should set like an area and have it spawn them in a random place in that area. Because I just haven't pressed delete yet. Because we weren't dynamically spawning the player into the scene until just now. But that doesn't really affect anything much. Now we just can't see a player anywhere. So I'm like going crazy. That's just how programming is. Like we see that we're printing 4 times, two for each game, which means we should be spawning 2 character body 3Ds. Where are you? Falling through the floor. But why? Add a spawn node, blah 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 blah. I'd add a spawn node 3D and spawn with a random offset from the spawn position. Yeah, that's smart. It must just be that it's spawning them inside each other. It doesn't like it. Where's this one? Also falling through the floor. Got it, got it. Okay. Let's do that then. And then go here and move this. Yeah, let's put this about where the old one was. And then raise it up. I don't know how high we need it, probably about there will work. And then we go here and replace this with spawn point dot position, but we need to get randomness. Wait, is this all we need to call? Just randi? What does randi do? I mean, random integer, but what are its parameters? That just took me to the same place. Where's randi defined? Spawn position dot x equals spawn position dot x plus randi. Computer Vision Pi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quello Squad. How are you doing today? I'd add a spawn node 3D and spawn with a randomized offset to the spawn position. I like randf range. Ooh, randf range sounds fancy. Let's learn about randf range. Returns a pseudo-random float between from and to inclusive. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's great, that's great. And let's do between 0.5 and 2. There it is! Look at them in all their glory. LDM, you're a god. I have an AMD GPU and I can't use Windows for Code Deep Learning PyTorch TensorFlow. Who has solution? LDM, you're incredible. Computer vision, I don't know. I've never done deep learning stuff with GPUs. No idea. So yeah, now what we have now is we control both players at once. And now we need to make it so that we only control one, and then the other one gets synced to the one on the other client. Multiplayer authorities and synchronization, exactly. Yo, Vale, how are you doing today? Welcome. Let's go back to this trusty video that has not led me astray at all.
Index.
Very tired, I can imagine.
Current player.
Your sleep schedule
position
has been wild.
Is equal to our spawn.
Well, to be clear, your sleep schedule has been absolutely not wild, just like unfathomable to me.
Global position. Like that. And then, of course,
yeah, I got
we
it.
need
Let's,
to actually, but we did get our spawning to work, and that. So
how to use the
Godot
multiplayer
actually has
synchronizer.
this really cool tool that you guys are going to be mad at me if I don't tell you about, and that is the multiplayer synchronizer. It is basically a node that allows you to synchronize data across the stream. So if we right click our player, add a child node and type multiplayer synchronizer right here, you'll see that we have.
LDM, are you synchronizing everything in your game from like the gorilla's position and how they're acting and what they're currently doing? Or is it just like the gorilla's in the same place in all of the scenes and has the same code, so when the player gets close to it, they just kind of happen to have the same exact behavior without needing to be synced?
Have this little node. Now this node allows you to synchronize everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Gorillas are synced with server position though.
About your character. So the question is how does this work? Well, if I click add property to sync, you'll see that I can click on any node in here and it will synchronize it across the way.
Okay, so is it that the position of the gorillas is synced and then their attacks and everything is all just simulated?
So if I click on player and hit OK, and then I type position like that, it'll synchronize my.
All right, let's do that. Oh wait, you know what is important though?
Position. Here, player to be actually set the multiplayer authority.
Multiplayer
of
authorities.
Each.
So let's go to the player scene. Add child node. Make that the multiplayer synchronizer. And then go here. And we need a ready func. Wait, ready doesn't have a delta. Never mind. And then this will take the multiplayer synchronizer and set the multiplayer authority to what exactly, Mr. Fine Point CGI?
Your own client unique ID. So I probably will need to show you guys lots of paint for this tutorial, but let's say we have player-to-player that well, all we have to do is we go into our scene manager and on spawn, we set our spawn name. When we spawn our player, we need to set our name to our unique identifier. So what we can do is say var current player dot name is equal to I dot game manager dot players I dot ID. And in theory, that should do what we need it to do. And then here we can
Wait, where was it that we spawned the player? Oh, it's here. Oh wait, we gotta get rid of this await. Let's make sure it still works after we did that. Uncomment that. We gotta put a pass here. Networking, my entire job. I'm learning about adding multiplayer to my game. Welcome, Exalted. Yeah, without that await, it's Angie. Well, it's not Angie, it just doesn't spawn players. Dang, how do we solve that without an await? This doesn't need to be that long. I feel like 0.2 is probably good enough. Yeah, I don't want an await though, that's ugly. Oh, what are you angry about? Oh, is it that we haven't set the authority? I shouldn't have an await there. The await is bad. I guess what I need to do is tell it to spawn players every time we add something to that list. Like, it should be spawning players here, but then it should also be spawning players every time something gets added to the list. Can we make... Can you have... No, I don't think you can. I was thinking, can you have a, what's it called? The thing. What is the thing called? A signal. Can you have a signal in an auto load? But I don't think you can. Well, let's find out. What does Google say about it? You can. That should be possible. I'm personally using multiplayer spawner and then only instantiating players on the server. You can have signals and auto loads. Wait. I didn't think about multiplayer spawner. How does that work? Tell me about that, LDM. Let's get some music. Add a multiplayer spawner to your level scene, and then in your ready, only instantiate players if multiplayer is server. Also, make sure you add your player scene to the player spawner scene list. Wait, but then how do players get spawned on the client? If we're only spawning them from the server. Oh. Interesting. I guess that means the IDs would be synced too. Alright, let's do that. Full send. Multiplayer spawner. Create. Spawn path should be here. Spawn list should be the player scene. The multiplayer authority isn't synced. Damn, I was hoping. But that's fine. And then add a multiplayer spawner to your level scene, and then you're in your ready only instantiate players. Wait, how do hold on, where's, get this. Automatically replicates spawnable nodes from the authority to the other multiplayer peers. Oh, okay. So then what we do is do an if multiplayer dot is server, then do this, and then do that. And then now only the players should be spawning, or I mean only the server should be spawning players. The server spawned one player. Wait, but we know that it does that. But then why didn't the multiplayer spawner sync? Do I need to tell it to sync? It doesn't have any other parameters other than just which node and what it's syncing. Oh, that's the wrong scene. That's why. Never mind. I thought I deleted these two scenes. But okay, I guess I didn't. Now let's try this again. No, it still didn't sync it. This is still very angy. That might have something to do with what's going wrong. Perhaps. Get replication config pointer has authority sync. Would that just solve itself if I delete the multiplayer synchronizer? I think I have the multiplayer synchronizer reference in here. No, I commented it out. Something interesting just happened. Do that again. Something gets spawned in the corner over there. What was that? One more time. Only on the client. I wonder if it is spawning the player over there. Does the multiplayer spawner not... Is it not smart enough to spawn them in the same place? Oh, we're on an ad break, damn. Well, I'm gonna eat my mangoes for a minute then. Okay, so that's where we need the multiplayer synchronizer to work. But we do know, and actually we can confirm this for sure once and for all by looking at the remote inspector. There's one character body 3D. And there is also one character body 3D. So we know that we're spawning it. We still have to solve the issue that the server doesn't... Wait, yeah, we still haven't solved the issue that we aren't spawning things after this ready function is called. How do we solve that problem? So our server still only spawns the player for itself. The one player. Because the client doesn't tell the server that it's connected until after the scene is done readying. So I think we still need to, I think what we need to do is go to the multiplayer manager and create a signal. And then here we call new player joined. how do you add parameters to signals? Do we put the parameter here? I don't know if we need the ID. Do we need the ID? No, because we know that it wouldn't have been. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. We don't need this. We need that. Done. And then we go to the main script. And then here is where we do function on multiplayer new player joined. Let's give that a pass for now, and then go here and do multiplayer manager dot new player joined dot connect. I'm starting to learn Godot. I'm starting to know my way around all this. Now we're cooking. Let me cook. And then, yeah, let's see what happens. Can we get a print? New player joined. Beautiful. So now stop that. And then here is where we need to do the same thing. Wait, but we can't do the same thing. We need to just spawn one player. Can we just do this? And then this function will spawn the player and set the multiplayer authority. I want this to have an underscore because it's a local function. Player instance not declared in the current scope. I shouldn't have done Control X on that. But we don't need this now. We just need to call spawn player. Let's give this an ID of 0 for now because we're not doing anything with it yet. Look at that. It worked. We are still spawning something that's falling off though. Oh wait, no, that was the player. And then it got teleported. Right? No, wait. No, the problem is we need this check. Stop doing Control Z, Control C. The problem is the client is now having 4 players. The ones that it's spawning and the ones that we're syncing. Where'd that one come from? It's getting a little burnt now. The cooking. Oh, why did I put that there? Yeah, we're cooking a little less suddenly. What am I missing? How is a player getting spawned there? I don't understand. Why are you here? How did you get here? This one. It's because of this one. Also, yeah, no, this is all kinds of bad. There's a lot of bad stuff happening here. I was trying to clean up this code. I made it worse. This check should only be here. This should not be here. There. Now this should work. Probably. Yes. Okay. Now our server has to. Like we need it to be. Now we can go mess with the player or the multiplayer synchronizer. We've done it. Oh, that was a lot. How does he figure out the multiplayer authority? Oh, because he sets the ID when he spawns. Yeah. The ID goes here. Because this is an array of IDs. So this gives us the ID of each player that we're trying to spawn. And then when we create it, we do player instance dot name equals ID.
str not do anything. So how do we do that? Well, that's actually really easy. We can come in here and just say if $multi.
Yeah, okay. Then we go to the player, and then on its ready, we do this, and then do whatever dumb thing you did here where you cast it to a string and then cast it to an integer, which feels really silly. But maybe that'll work. Something broke. Something really broke. What happened? Invalid set index name. Thank you. LDM, you are just absolutely carrying this entire game. This is almost just your game at this point. That's a joke. Don't hold me liable to that. Okay, then... How did he do this? Here. Yeah, the entire physics process, he puts that in an if.
Multiplayer synchronizer dot get multiplayer authority is equal to multiplayer dot get unique ID.
There we go. That's what we need to do. If that get multiplayer authority equals multiplayer dot get unique ID. Then we can control it. There we go. Now we just need to sync the positions. Add property to sync. Character body 3D. Position. Yo, Digital Iliad. Welcome. Hello, how are you doing? It was nice hanging out in your stream earlier today. Digital Iliad is making game. Why do I suddenly only have one player now? Where did my other one go? We also need to sync the rotation. How do I get back to the screen? Okay, here. What am I looking for? Rotation, there we go. Multiplayer tower defense. Oh yeah, so let me tell you a little bit about what I'm doing. I like Overcooked, and I also like tower defense games. So I'm trying to do both of those things. So the idea is like you have this tower that's an electric type and it slows down enemies and it has a battery, but that battery wears out. So you have to go throw it on a charger and wait for it to charge once in a while. And then once it's charged, you can put it back in and your tower starts shooting again. And then this normal type tower runs out of ammo. You have to go grab ammo and refill it every once in a while. And then this one is rockets, and when you're holding a rocket, they're heavy, so you move really slowly. And the idea is to have kind of an Overcooked vibe of you're running around like crazy trying to make sure all of your towers have all the ammo that they need to be able to defend whatever we're defending here. I haven't decided yet. But for some reason, how does it know which player to sync to which player? Is it the authority? Yeah, it is the authority. Our authorities should be set correctly. Unless we have a weird situation of like race conditions. That's something that I'm running into a lot with Godot, is that I'll instantiate something and then set parameters, and then sometimes the ready function will run before that parameter gets set and it'll cause problems. Gobble, welcome to the stream. I def see the Overcooked potential here. Yeah. I need some more complexity to like actually having to do some preparation to the ammo, like kind of cook it. Where's my hand? Cook it to add more intensity, but you know, I don't know why they're not being synced properly. We have players. The second player being spawned. Oh, we have errors. Maybe that'll help. Unable to process pending spawn since it has no network ID. Why does it have no network ID? Trying to think of how that would work. I don't want it to be like if you're distracted by ammo and you don't paint a target, it just doesn't get shot by anything. Your towers just don't know it exists. But maybe the towers like do more damage or use less ammo or something. Could be a way to get them to target other than the closest enemy. True, that's a good point. I actually really like that. I have been trying to think of like there's probably a lot of situations where the closest enemy might not be the most optimal and what you can do about that. And mostly I haven't had any ideas until now. I like that idea. Okay, so why do things have no network ID? It's gonna happen when the multiplayer authorities change during the ready callback. That's exactly what I'm doing. Oh, this is the multiplayer spawner that's supposed to be, right? Or is it the synchronizer? It is the synchronizer. I'm being a silly goose.
So can we just slow down?
No, I don't think that's what I'm looking for. It's not mentioned in here, but I guess I assume that AI would be like, I found this answer from here, but guess not. It's claiming it did, but underscore ready is never mentioned. None of these are helpful. It really must be a race condition. What if we add a weight? That's gonna be my answer to everything now. Also, how did this get tabbed over so far?
We were on the run, rocking around the clock. Now all we need is right here in front of us.
No, that doesn't matter.
So can we
No, the await should be here. Where is it? Here. Yeah, will this solve our problems? 1 second is gonna be way too long, actually. Let's make this 0.1. Wait, that actually worked. I didn't expect that to actually work. So if I go pick up this, yeah, it doesn't show on the other one, which is fine. Why did that just fall off the side? Did I kick it? But there, we have 2 players. It is... I don't know what to do about these situations. What do I do about that? LDM, I keep having race conditions that I don't know how to solve except for awaits. Noopo Noop, welcome to the stream. I'm trying to make two beans connect just to start something in a project. So how I figured out multiplayer is I just spent the last 3.5 hours beating my head against it. Did you just read the documentation? What I actually did was watch this YouTube video. Where's Twitch chat here? This YouTube video was really helpful. There's some things that they did that seem a little bit wonky, and luckily I have LDM here in my chat who has done multiplayer before, and he helped me a lot. How do I mod things? This button. Or not? Can you not mod things in the normal chat anymore? How does being a Twitch mod work? There it is. That's the button I was looking for. Okay, sorry. I'll have to check it out. The next problem you're having is only one player picking up objects. Only the client player picks up and everyone else sees nothing. Yeah. Yeah, so, well, really the problem I'm having now is it only works if I have this await in my ready function, and using awaits is, well, using the await the way that I'm using it, which is we wait for 0.1 seconds to solve a race condition, is bad, and I need to find a better way to solve this problem. Set multiplayer authority and enter tree? There's an enter tree function? Like I can just do this? Is this what you're telling me right now? I didn't know about enter tree. Let's go read about enter tree. That's not helpful. Is it a signal that I have to attach to? I think this is what I want. I think this is fine. Let's try it. Godot search useless, yeah. It was literally right here. I just had to click there. There we go. Called when the node enters the scene tree upon instantiating. After calling add child in the script. Wow. So basically what we've done is now instead of that call happening here, it happens here. All right, let's test it. No. That didn't solve the problem. We're not getting that error anymore, which is weird. I would have expected to get that error. Unless there's something else that's causing the problem, I guess. I don't remember what you were referring to when you said depends on the game. It's fine for me because it's a casual co-op game. But that might not matter. But this, not the solution. What if we do this? It works then. Why am I doomed? Talking about setting multiplayer authority on the top level player node itself rather than the synchronizer. We're in the top level node. This script is on this node. But you mean, does a node have a multiplayer authority on it? So the multiplayer synchronizer is what actually does the syncing. So what you do is on something that you want to synchronize, you tell it, or you put a multiplayer synchronizer on it, and then you tell it what you want to synchronize. So here we're synchronizing the position and the rotation. And that's how I'm able to move one around, and then you see it on the other game. Every single node in Godot has a multiplayer authority. Oh! So I could just do that? Wait, but does the multiplayer synchronizer know about the multiplayer authority, or does it need the multiplayer authority set to itself? I don't think the multiplayer synchronizer knows about the multiplayer authority. Or unless the problem is just that we need an await still. Multiplayer authority propagates. Okay. We still need to wait. What do you mean, Noopo Noop? What are you worried about for the main node? I'm frustrated. I don't have any more ideas. Oh, I see what you're saying, Noopa Noop. That's a good question. No, because you set it at the main, the highest most node of your character or of your player controller or whatever you're trying to control. But if I were to set the multiplayer authority of like the main scene, then the things that shouldn't, the things that are synced, like the second player will have the wrong multiplayer authority because it propagates. Yeah, you're good. Like, you have nothing to apologize for, Noop Noop. I think that was interesting to think about. I think the multiplayer spawner is still spawning at 000. It is on client, and so you're syncing on server to client's position at 000. While you await, the authority is still owned by server, so it syncs on client to server position, and then auth changes to client. I see what you're saying. It's just trying to sync to the 000 before it actually is told the man's authority. You solved it with an RPC. I hate everything. I'm so frustrated right now. It's such a simple thing. Like, this problem is so small, and it really what I could do is just take this and put it here, and then everything's solved, and I can just ignore it and pretend that this await isn't here and that this code is good, and then just move on with my life. But should I do that? Probably not. Because everything works great if I do this. Like that await, everything's fine. It works. It works the way it's supposed to. True, it works fine until it doesn't. It works fine until you're running on something other than localhost running on the same machine, and then networking takes a different amount of time. I have so many emails. Leave me alone. I don't want your emails. What am I gonna do with these? Noopo Noop, have I asked you if you have a project that you're working on yet? I've usually asked most people who enter this chat, but I don't remember asking you. My 150 lines you changed to like 20 and it was faster. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Thank you. Just started like yesterday. Mostly making models right now, but just something to learn. Nice. Do you have a specific game that you want to create, or are you kind of just getting to know? I assume you're working on Godot or whatever game engine you're in. I want to just... I don't want to beat my head against this problem anymore. What is the multiplayer synchronizer? What are my options here? Can I synchronize... parent changes? How does that even work? No, this doesn't seem to matter. I always have... oh wait. Oh, because nodes have their own multiplayer authority. Gotcha. Something to learn, no need for the multiplayer synchronizer prefix. Well, I always have an idea, but would I know how to do it? F no. Yes, Godot. And I'm just doing small things to help learn since it's a lot to figure out. Makes sense, makes sense. Totally understandable. Yeah, honestly, if I... well, I don't know. I was gonna say if I knew I was gonna do multiplayer in this game when I started it. But I did know that I was gonna do multiplayer in this game when I started it. The multiplayer instance isn't currently active. Interesting. Because I did know, and I chose this path. I think a better path for people who are more interested in learning, and I guess the reason that I chose the path that I did is that I just wanted to make a game. I'm like, I don't want to mess around learning. I just want game to exist. But in another scenario, if I didn't have that mindset, I would definitely recommend starting with multiplayer on something like really simple. Like just make an empty project with a character controller and then sync the character controller. Yo, Shrimp, look what I've done. Check it out, Shrimp. This song is a little much for the stream. Look, I move the character on one game and it moves on the other. And then I go to this game, I move the character on one and it moves on the other. Look what I've done. It's a little janky though, and I haven't found a better solution. Okay, let's go away, song. Yeah, that's what I would recommend. Unless you're in a place where you're like, I have this game idea and I really need to make that game idea, like I did. Okay, so I'm just gonna say that this works and we're gonna move on. But a question is, how do I deal with the authority for all of these other objects? I guess the server should be the authority. No, the authority will have to change. Like for the pickup objects. Can I sync? Hold up. Can I make this just kind of sync its own children? I don't think so. Yeah, how do you... Do I need to make an RPC for this? Sync... hierarchy changes? Or change parent? Or... child change? Sync reparenting? There we go. At which point they are reparented to the player. When the player drops the item, it is being reparented back to the global supply. No, no one answered. No. No. You don't really want to reparent? What do I do if all of my game mechanics rely on reparenting objects? When I go... Oh yeah, there's no player in single player now. I didn't think about that. We're gonna have to be able to do a check somehow and be like, are we in single player? Okay, then spawn a player. But when I pick up an item, what's happening is it's just being parented to me. And then if I were to go over here and pick this up, it's just reparented to me. Pick this up. It's just reparented to me. That's it. That's the only thing that's happening. How can I sync that? Do I have to go back to the way I was doing this before? Because I don't want to. I spent so much time rewriting so much of this stuff to work this way. That's what it sounds like, Noopa Noop. Like, maybe I could have an RPC that says, hey, this item has been picked up by this player. And then we have maybe the multiplayer manager that goes and reparents that item or something. But like, that has to be a thing. I guess, now that I think about it, hold up. We don't really care that I'm holding this object. The only thing that cares is the client that is doing the thing. No, we do still need to reparent it. We do need to know that it's not inside that tower. Because right now that ammo box is a child of the tower. We do need to know that it's no longer a child of the tower. I was gonna say the only thing that matters, like for this situation, for this battery, the only thing that matters is that I'm holding it. Or its position. It doesn't matter that I'm holding it. It doesn't matter that it's a child of me. The only thing that matters is syncing the position. In that situation. My wife is leaving, so I have to care for the goblins. I might be back. Enjoy and good luck. Hey, thank you so much for hanging out. You've been a really pleasant viewer. I really appreciate it. Really pleasant chatter. Whatever. It was nice having you here. I hope you have a good one. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Koala Squad. And do consider joining my Discord. So I guess we can start there of just like... Oh, now we're back to that one problem of... God, there's so many things. Well, yes. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around all the things that need to happen to make this work. So this object, as I pick it up, gets reparented, and then we need to sync the position. And that's particularly a problem here, where I pick this up, it gets reparented, and then I place it down here, and it also gets reparented. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I guess we don't. Yeah, as long as it's a child of the player, it'll follow it around. Oh, do you mean like, because the position is here, we just make that same call to interact with the tower, and then the script will reparent it. And then we make that same call to interact with the charger, and the script will reparent it. We don't have to sync that. The only thing we have to sync is that call to pick up or to interact. You got me there, LDM. How would I go about that? I think... Where is that? That's on this script. Yeah, so we can just move all of this to its own function. And then have an RPC that calls that function. That's it. This needs an underscore here, and then take all this, move this here, and then make this an RPC. I think that's all we need to do. Yeah, I think this needs to be any peer. Wait, what are you missing? Oh, this indent. And then let's make sure that still works. It should. That's a fantastic question. Mostly the answer is I don't know enough about what any peer does. Yeah, so that still works. Yeah, only the authority can call that. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I was thinking who receives it, not who calls it for the RPC, which I was like, I want all of them to receive it, so any. But you're right, you're right. Authority is default. I'm gonna define it anyways. And then can we just do like... No, do we want to do that? Wait, how do we know? I think we need to take in an ID here. And then we need to make sure that that ID, if not, is multiplayer authority. No. Yes. No? Yes. Or if it is multiplayer authority. But we need to... Bear with me. But this isn't the caller, this is the receiver. Because we need to make sure this is going to get called for every single, or this, when we call this RPC, isn't it going to be called for every single character body 3D in the scene? Right? So we need to make sure that this function only runs for the character body 3D that this multiplayer authority is trying to control. And that's what this does. What else can it be? All I know is that I need all of the players' clients to know, hey, this player is trying to interact with something. How do I tell it that? How do I get my client to tell all the other clients that I'm trying to interact with something? Yeah. Because then isn't every single player on my client going to interact every time one player interacts on someone else's client? Right? Am I... on the player controller. It's this script here. This is everything to do with the player. I was just thinking that. My place or yours? LDM.
Hello. Willis, how's it going?
Well, you know.
Hold on, I gotta mute you. Do you wanna like share your screen maybe for here, just so I can see everything like in real time?
Okay.
Not wait for it to be delayed on stream.
Yeah, let's go this screen, go live. Now you should be looking at my Godot, right?
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So just walk me through the behavior that you're trying to implement here.
So basically what happens is, let me remove the line in question for now. So what happens is, I'm a player, I walk up to something and I press the fire button.
Yeah. And this is only going to happen on the authority, right?
This only happens on the player that I am controlling. So yes, the authority.
Okay, so that's fine.
Yeah.
What you want to synchronize is that interaction, right? So you want this interaction to happen on all clients.
So what I want to synchronize specifically is on all clients, the player I'm controlling does that action. Right?
Where is this script? Like, what is the script that we're looking at right now?
This is the script that handles the player's interaction. It is on the player. So this character body 3D is the player controller, and then the area 3D is where we're checking like what we're interacting with. Like anything that's inside the area 3D is what we're going to interact with. So I put the script on there.
This is inside the player. So the authority is going to be the player. Because you did the set multiplayer authority on the top level. So it's going to propagate down to this node as well.
Yeah, it should.
So just explain the issue that you see happening with this again.
So I haven't seen this happening. My fear...
your fear is what I meant.
My fear is that every player controller is going to do this interaction. So if I'm playing a game with 4 players,
Yeah.
all 4 of those players are going to do the interaction rather than just the one that I'm controlling.
But this is only going to call the RPC. So it's going to call the RPC based on the path, right? So you're setting the name to the multiplayer ID of each player, right? So the path, if you just start the game and get into the game here.
Oh, hold on. I just realized that you were very loud on stream. Can you talk?
Oh, hello.
Slightly louder. Okay.
Hello. Good.
Yeah, we should be good now.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's the client now.
Okay. Just go to the remote tab.
Go to the what?
Remote tab.
Oh,
back in
yeah.
Godot. And yeah, drop down main. Okay, so we have player 1 and then player 4 to the client. We have the server and the client, right?
Yeah.
So whichever is the like multiplayer authority, the player that we're actually controlling. Let's say it's 1. And so you have this area 3D. That's where the script is.
Yes.
So the path of this node is going to be like your level and then 1 and then area 3D, right? When you call interact.rpc, it's going to look up that path on all the remotes that you're propagating this RPC to. So it's going to look up world 1 area 3D dot interact, and it's going to call that, right? So it's not going to call interact for all the other players. It's just going to call interact for all of the players that are represented by your player, right? So this interact is going to propagate to all the other clients, but only for your player.
Is that specific to when we're doing RPC authority, or is that always for RPCs?
No, that's always. RPCs and synchronization is always happening based on the path.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting it to work like signals, where it's like it will call all of the scripts that are listening to that signal.
It'll call all the scripts that are listening to that signal.
So like say you have, I don't know, 10 nodes that all have the same script on them, and then in the script you're listening to a signal. When that signal gets emitted, all 10 of those scripts are going to fire.
Yeah, but that's because each one of those nodes have that script on it that is doing that logic that's connecting to that signal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. So if I fire this RPC from inside itself, it won't cause recursion, right? Because we have the RPC authority.
It would.
It would. Okay.
It would for okay. Wait. It would for the authority.
Mm-hmm.
But then all the other clients, you would get an error saying that you're trying to call an RPC from. You're trying to call an RPC that requires authority from nodes that don't have that authority.
Okay, so I just want to replace my call to this function with a call to the RPC instead, and then that should also still call it for the local. Do I need to add call local?
You would have to do call local here.
Okay. Let's see if that works then. So then if I go pick this up, it's picked up on the other one.
That's it.
And then we need to make a new RPC for dropping the item.
Yeah, it's pretty much just this, just RPCs and synchronization.
You're a god.
You have a multiplayer game right here.
I have a multiplayer game.
You're doing it.
Thank you so much for all of the help that you do.
Oh, not a problem.
Like, I genuinely feel like this project would not be possible if it were for the times that you've been in my stream.
No, I appreciate it. I enjoy helping. Sometimes I just get so focused on my own project, and you know, it's nice to be able to actually like focus on something else for a change.
Yeah, I'm hoping to kind of do that with this stream. Like, I want people to come to my stream and tell me like what they're working on and what issues they have, and then do my best to help them. I do have a lot of learning before I can do that effectively, but
you'll get there.
That's my kind of dream for this community.
No, it's a very admirable dream.
Thanks. I was curious about, I feel like I haven't seen you stream in a hot min.
Yeah, since I put out the announcement trailer for my game, it's kind of been getting a decent amount of attention. Like my wishlist numbers just absolutely blew up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've just been kind of more focused on trying to get the game to like a playable state rather than streaming.
You've just been hyper focused on working and staying focused. Yeah,
pretty much. Except for today. Today's been pretty unproductive, and I'm like, you know, just in the mood to procrastinate right now.
So do you have a set date that you're trying to get all this done by?
No. I have an idea of like I would like to have a demo in the next couple months. And I've had a couple publishers actually reach out to me as well, but I don't really have anything playable to show them. Which I don't even know if I do want to go the publishing route or not, but I'm at least willing to hear them out and kind of see what they offer.
Yeah, so you're kind of just what's the word? Like, you have all this hype and you're just running with it, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Nice. That's really cool.
Interestingly enough, most of the attention is from Russia and Japan. Most of the wish lists are coming from Russia and Japan.
That's interesting.
Interesting, yeah. But you know, I'm not complaining. I am not complaining at all.
So I want to see if I run this game for a while and play around, will things start getting out of sync?
It would depend on what kind of like how things are happening, right? Like how deterministic is everything?
Yeah, I mean, it should be. It could be a case of like, maybe for some reason this client finds the closest enemy a little slower than the other one does. Or something like that. Like something is slightly out of sync and then it just kind of keeps getting more out of sync. But it seems like it's perfect.
No, shouldn't happen. You might run into stuff like that if with like actually no, it should be fine. I was gonna say you might be able to run into those kind of issues with like, depending on how you program the game logic, if it's like in process or physics process. Which physics process is kind of a bad name because it's more of a fixed update rather than like a physics process. But there are things when you're doing a like networking logic that you want to be doing in fixed process, so it's always running. It's running at that constant process and isn't variable between clients because the actual frame rate could vary between clients, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Things that are in process will run differently if your two players have different frame rates, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what it is for whether or not it's going to be an issue. Most of the time, it's probably not really going to be an issue, but
yeah, I think everything that matters
I haven't really
is in
gotten there
physics.
Yet, but I've read about people running into issues with that.
Mm-hmm. So what was your journey like in getting all this multiplayer stuff working? Was it a lot like mine, just like beating your head against this for hours?
Absolutely. It was exactly this. I was right where you are right now. And you know, you just beat your head against it for long enough and eventually you can almost sound like you know what you're talking about.
Well, you, from my perspective, seem like an expert.
Exactly.
Every time you're in my chat, I'm like, you know everything. You're a Godot god.
I mean, pretty much all I do is just sit here and do Godot stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's the pleasure of not having a job. Quitting your job to do game dev. Do it all the time.
I am
For
getting
better or worse.
a lot of errors from that RPC.
Yeah, so this is the error that I was talking about. When you try to call an RPC that requires authority from something that doesn't have the authority.
Why would that be happening? Because the players that don't have the authority just shouldn't be. No, they are. That is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, they would be.
I can just put that
do a
inside an
return
if.
Or like you could also do like set input, and then set. You could do set input and then is multiplayer authority. So it sets input to false if you're not multiplayer authority. Or you could just return early if, or yeah, that also works.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like in ready here, you could do set input is set process input. Yeah, set process input is multiplayer authority. But this is also why you want to set multiplayer authority in enter tree, is because the player's ready isn't going to fire until these readies have fired, until all of its child readies have fired. So right now, if you're setting multiplayer authority in the player's ready, when this player interact scripts, when this player interact script ready runs, is multiplayer authority is going to be true. So it's going to set process input for all of the players. Which you can fix by just setting the multiplayer authority in enter tree on the player rather than in ready. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're basically just describing that same race condition that I've been having constantly.
Yeah.
Set it in enter tree, right?
Okay, so what this is doing now. So go back to your player script.
Also, hi Wesley, welcome to the stream.
So set multiplayer authority on line 14, right? This is what actually sets the multiplayer authority for all the child nodes in this player script, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you go back to that interact script, when you do, this is going to run after the enter tree in your interact script, right? It's going to run after this. So when this enter tree is called, set
Wait,
process
doesn't
input is
ready
multiplayer authority.
happen before enter tree?
No, enter tree happens first. Yeah.
So I don't want this to be an enter tree then.
No, so you would want to do this on the player script.
Okay,
You'd
and
want
that
to set multiplayer
propagates?
authority in. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean?
So I'm setting the.
Oh no, sorry. You would want to do it in the enter tree on. No. I mean, you technically could do that. You would want to change this ready to enter tree, and then in the interact script, you could set process input is multiplayer authority in ready. So here you can add back from ready.
Say that again. Set process input is multiplayer ready.
Authority in the ready function of this interact script.
But then what was the point of doing it here then?
So this ready here, this is going to fire after all your child readies have fired, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the interact scripts ready is going to fire, it's going to execute before this player's ready has fired.
Okay, so are we doing it twice just to deal with that, like the few seconds that it can?
We should not be doing it twice. We should only be doing it once, which is in the ready function of this interact script.
Okay, if it propagates, why would we do it here instead of in the player script?
Well, set process input isn't going to propagate.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it would.
Oh, sorry. No, I wasn't sure what you meant by that.
Okay. I do want it in both places then. Because then I could just not do... No, I guess I do still want to do this, because then it'll be running a whole lot of code. So we do want to just not run that function.
You don't even have an input callback on this. That set process input, that's only going to affect the input callback being called on this node.
Oh, it won't affect this call?
Yeah, no, that's still going to happen.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Cool. Well,
you're still gonna run into issues with this though, because you have that timeout.
Are you talking about this await here?
Yeah, you have that await there. That's gonna cause issues.
Yeah, that's where
make it easy. Well, I would get rid of the set process input on line 15 because you don't need that. It's not really doing anything for you. And then you could just make it easy on yourself. Go to the interact script and just return if not is multiplayer authority.
Do you mean here?
I guess, yeah. Just at the top, I'd do like if not is multiplayer authority return.
Oh, just in case. Is that why?
No, well, it's the only way it's gonna work, because this set process input is multiplayer authority isn't going to work because you are awaiting setting the multiplayer authority.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So for this ready set process input to work, you would have to remove that.
It sounds like I need to just figure out how to solve this.
You really should. This should not be happening.
Yeah, we're starting to band-aid this.
So do you know why you're doing this?
Yes. So what I understand is that when we create the player, where was that? Here. And we set the name, the ready function is getting called before this name gets set.
No, I don't think so.
Then
I do it this I do it this way on mine, and it like that's set before enter tree even happens, because ready doesn't happen until after enter tree happens. Enter tree doesn't happen until add child happens, until it's actually added to the scene tree. So line 50 add child, after that is executed, enter tree happens, and after enter tree happens, the ready on the player doesn't happen until all the other child nodes readies have been called.
Well, that was my only theory. If that's not true, then I have no idea why this is required.
I think I commented the exact issue in your chat somewhere. Basically, okay, yeah, remove that and let's see what's happening. And we can just walk through it.
So we never changed the player position.
Mm-hmm. And that's because we're setting the player position on the server, right? But we are yeah, so this add child spawn position, this is only happening on the server, right?
Let me think. I don't remember where this comes from.
In that function above, yeah, on multiplayer. So
yeah, the server is spawning. Yeah.
The issue is that as soon as we set the multiplayer authority, that multiplayer authority happening in ready, if you go back to the player script, yeah, so this will be happening before your position is set, right?
Oh.
So when we call set multiplayer authority, the multiplayer synchronizer is now going to sync to the client's position, and the client's position is going to be 000 because of the multiplayer spawn.
So we're spawning it at 000, and then before we have a chance to move it, the multiplayer synchronizer kicks in and says, "This is 000. You can't move it."
Exactly. That's why the await works, because you await actually setting the multiplayer authority. It syncs the client player's position to the server position, and then you set the multiplayer authority, in which case that's the client now becomes the authority, and it syncs it to the server's position.
Okay.
That's why I have a set player position for better or worse RPC that I'm calling from. I mean, there's a couple different, there's better ways that you could do it. You could make like the player position determination, or you could make it so you're determining the player position differently, like on the clients somehow, and in a way that's deterministic. So it just sets the player position on both the server and the client. Or you could just do what I do, and you could add a set player position RPC that you call from the server. Or, no, I don't think you should. I was going to say, or you could add an RPC that like tells the player to change the authority to the local client, like a, I don't know, some kind of like ready, like activate RPC, whatever client ready thing. But I don't think that's a good solution.
Sorry, Wesley, I'm glad you asked. I'll answer that in a second. So it sounds like I have a few options. I could set the player position on the client or on the authority. So I could have it like in this, maybe in this ready function, right after I set the authority, then I set the position of itself. Or I could have an RPC, or...
Yeah, exactly.
I think those are my only two options. I do like the idea of it setting itself. Because it could easily just get the root node, look for the spawn point, and then set itself to that.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, I like that plan. Okay, let me respond to chat really quick. Baskin, welcome to the stream. How you doing? To answer Wesley's question, we're making multiplayer. So, what I can do now, and there's a bug where we only have one player, but if I move this player around on one, it syncs to the other one, and then I can pick things up and interact with things, and it all just syncs, which is really good. We have a problem right now that it's only making one player. The other player is being spawned out into the void and falling forever, and that's what we're trying to solve. Yeah, so I think I just want to do that in the player. I think that makes the most sense. How do we want to do this? I think it's like get tree dot get node, and then
I think. Wait, does that work? Was there a get node on the scene tree?
It's not throwing errors. Because the tree should return the root node.
I think you need to do get tree.root.getNode. Yeah.
Oh, true. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dot get node lmain dot get node.
You could also do get node lmain / spawn point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's how I spelled it. Yeah, that should be right. And then, actually, let's just copy this.
So make sure you do. I guess it doesn't matter. I just prefer using global position rather than local position. In this case, they're both going to be at the same same position in the hierarchy.
Yeah, I haven't figured out if you call position, are you getting global position or local?
No, you're getting local position.
Oh, okay. So the
if they were
default
at
is
different
local.
positions, if they were at like different, like they were parented to different nodes, it works because they're parented to the same node. But if they were parented to different nodes, then you'd run into issues with that because their positions are going to be relative to their parent.
There we go. Now everything works.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. You have a multiplayer game right here.
I got a multiplayer game. And as far as I can tell, all of the functionality is working. accept that for some reason.
What's that?
Why am I not able to interact with things all of a sudden? This one can, the server can, but the client can't.
It's probably with how we're doing the multiplayer, or setting the multiplayer authority. It might have been something we overlooked. Oh yeah, because this is still happening in Ready. So remember that if you go back to the interact script, or are you still? Yeah, so that func ready set process input. This is fixed if you just change it to enter tree. Not here, on the player script where you're doing the set multiplayer authority.
Oh, do this on enter tree.
Ready? Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why I did it like this, but it'll work. Okay, so now, yes, now I can interact with things.
Perfect.
You are a genius. Yeah, perfect. Everything's able to interact. And as far as I can tell, all the functionality of my game is working.
Love it. You love to see it. It's great.
That's so much simpler than trying to sync the parents and positions of all of these,
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
all of these interactables.
And it's a lot more performant too, right? It's just a single RPC. It's not like a bunch of position updates every network tick.
Yeah, it's just one network message that gets sent every time you press a button.
Yeah. Also, I don't think they don't confirm that it actually made it by default, RPCs. If you go to the RPC documentation, I haven't run into any issues with it, but I mean, pretty much everything I've been doing has been local, so I haven't really been dealing with too much packet loss or anything.
Oh, yeah.
But I think you can run into issues. If you just control F reliable. Yeah,
TCP versus UDP, which it does say it's UDP, so it's going to be
right here,
unreliable.
the annotation can take a number of arguments which have default values. RPC is equivalent to authority, call remote, unreliable. I think the 0 is channels, or is the channel or something. Yeah.
Oh, so if I need it to be reliable, I can call.
Yeah. So things
reliable.
Like interactions. I don't think I really have any RPCs that are unreliable, because So I think an example of something that you would leave as unreliable are like the position and rotation updates. Those are sent to RPCs, right? I think they're like grouped RPCs, so it's sending it in a single message. It might change depending on how many things you're synchronizing or something, but
I got lost.
Those things that are constantly updating, you would keep as unreliable because you don't care if like a single packet gets lost.
Yeah, I don't care if my player is like 0.01 out of place, you know?
Yeah, exactly. But these exact interactions that only happen in a single frame, you would want to do reliable.
Mm-hmm. Good to know. I don't know. Can you set reliable and unreliable? And yeah, no.
No, yeah, you wouldn't set it in the synchronizer. I was just saying that doing RPC unreliable, you would only do that if you were syncing something in the same way that you're syncing position and rotation, like with things that are constantly changing, like every frame or whatever. I actually am using unreliable for voice proximity. For the voice data, I'm setting it over RPC.
Wait, you have voice chat in your game?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Yeah. It's coming along. You know, we're making some decent progress.
Have you gotten any friends to play it with you? To like actually test proper networking?
A while ago, quite a while ago when I was first testing out the voice proximity stuff, but that was back in like February.
Mm-hmm.
So not since then. It's all just been local.
Okay. Oh, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How does testing through Steam like multiplayer stuff work? Like how do you get Steam multiplayer to hook into a non-Steam game?
There's like a demo app. I think it's 480 that you use. So you would want to integrate with Godot Steam first off. Well, anyway, it depends on what you're actually looking for. So when you say, how do you get Steam multiplayer to integrate with a non-Steam game? What do you mean by Steam multiplayer?
So what I mean is like the Steam, I don't remember what all the specific things are called, like the Steam lobby and the Steam peer-to-peer, like whatever your game runs on to be able to connect 2 players.
Yeah, with my game, there's 2 different things happening. So there's Godot Steam, which manages like which gives us the bindings to all the Steamworks APIs, right? And so I use the Steam lobby APIs to create a lobby and handle the peer connection and everything.
Yeah.
Or handle establishing that connection, but I'm also using Steam Multiplayer Peer, which is a separate GD extension. So without Steam Multiplayer Peer, if you just use Godot Steam, you can't use You can't use Godot's high-level multiplayer API. You would have to do everything completely separately. So you couldn't use things like multiplayer synchronizer and these RPCs. You'd have to write like these custom messaging functions. Is what I understand. I never really looked into it too much because I kind of knew that I wanted to. I found the Steam Multiplayer Peer extension pretty early, and knew that that's what I wanted to use.
So does Steam Multiplayer Peer use the multiplayer synchronizer and everything you would normally use?
Yeah, exactly. So it's
gotcha.
It's a drop-in replacement for eNet Multiplayer Peer. So if you go back to where you're instantiating eNet Multiplayer Peer,
yeah, that would be here.
Yeah, so this literally just becomes peer equals Steam multiplayer peer.new. There's like a slight difference in how you call like create server and create client, and then adding the lobbies on top of that, you kind of do things in a slightly different way, but it's all pretty much the same.
Okay.
And then all of the that's just for establishing the connection, and then all the multiplayer stuff, all like the RPCs and the multiplayer synchronizer and spawner stuff, it all just works. But without that Steam multiplayer peer, it wouldn't work, and it is my understanding. And then you'd have to write everything through custom message functions.
So what if you don't use Godot Steam and you only use Steam multiplayer peer?
That's a great question, actually. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me see. How is the client actually created again? How do we establish the connection? Pnet. So join the lobby. Create socket. Connect socket. Oh, yeah. So it uses Steam sockets, right? And what is happening independently of Godot Steam? Is it happening independently of Godot Steam? It's happening independently of the lobby system. So it might still rely on Godot Steam, I don't remember. But essentially what's happening is, hold on. Let me just create a gist. And just send a link in the Godot channel.
Okay.
This is pretty much where most of my networking is happening. It's kind of messy. Still needs to be actually, it's Game Manager. I was thinking of just kind of messy. This isn't too
Am I looking at the wrong file?
No, this is right. So we have this host lobby and join lobby, and when we host lobby, we're hooking into Steam stuff. When we host lobby, we're hooking into Godot Steam. So steam.create lobby, that's Godot Steam stuff. That creates a lobby, and when we're in the other client, we query for the available lobbies, and then when we select one of the lobbies, then join lobby is called and passes in the lobby ID, and it joins the lobby. From from the players in the lobby, from the Steam IDs in the lobby, which is essentially our peer ID, we're going to be using Steam IDs instead. From that, we are, okay, wait, create socket, connect socket. Oh, I don't think those should be there. If you scroll down to on lobby created, it's down a bit, kind of out of whack. Yeah, on lobby created.
Yep.
We create the Steam socket, right? So those are two different systems happening independently. There's the Steam lobby system, which is really only used to get the Steam IDs of the players.
Oh, that's just to connect each other. Otherwise, you have to do that manually.
Yeah, exactly. So we get those Steam IDs, or when we create the lobby, we create a socket. So there's two different things. There's the lobby and there's the socket. The socket allows other Steam users to connect to it, right? And so when, so then just below that, on lobby joined, blah blah blah, id.steam get lobby owner. That's going to be, the ID is going to be the Steam ID of that user who created the lobby. So the actual Steam account, right? And if ID is not equal to us, then we connect socket. And so if you scroll back up to connect socket, we pass in the Steam ID, we create the peer, which is the exact same thing as peer equals enet multiplayer peer.new. And then we do create client, and rather than an IP address and port, we just pass in the Steam ID. And we can connect with that because we open the socket of that, the other on the post.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much all that's happening there.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It does make it does create issues with testing locally though.
Yeah.
Because if I want to test like the Steam connection locally, I'd have to do it with two separate computers. So I have my laptop right beside me.
Oh yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah.
You had to make a dummy Steam account too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I already had a couple dummy Steam accounts, like my
Sketchy.
Dota Smurfs.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I had to add like a debug force enet flag that'll that'll fall back to the enet stuff, so I can test locally. Yeah. But yeah, fun explorations in networking for sure.
I'm trying to make single player still work.
So why doesn't single player work right now?
Single player doesn't work right now because we don't spawn a player. So I need an else here that spawns a player. I wonder if I should rename. Yeah, maybe rename this function to spawn multiplayer player. And then make a new function spawn player that... I guess, does any of this even matter? I guess it doesn't, does it?
Wait, what?
Nothing I'm doing here will have a negative effect if I do it in single player.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter if we have those RPCs and try to call them because there's just nothing to receive it, right?
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, so then the only thing I need to do is do an else and then spawn player.
Wait, what? You're doing the exact same thing, so what's the point of the if else?
That's a great question.
The issue is with how on multiplayer new player joined is.
Yeah, on multiplayer new player join doesn't get called, so that's not where we need to do this. Or it doesn't get called in single player, so that's not where we need to do that.
You could also remove this if
if
multiplayer is server and just connect to the signal if multiplayer is server, wherever you're connecting to this callback, which I think you're doing in Ready.
Yeah, where am I doing that? Yeah, here.
Right there. Yeah, you can just add a check above this.
Just do that. One thing I'm uncertain about is what this is going to respond, and I guess it doesn't really matter, but what this is going to respond if we're not, if we never create the server in the first place.
True. Is server's going to respond true?
Okay.
If you don't create a server.
Gotcha.
It only responds false if you connect to a server.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also kind of silly that I have these two checks right next to each other now.
Yeah, you can just get rid of that second one.
Oh yeah, that would have been smoother than what I did.
Oh, good.
Okay, so now here, what I want to do is if single player spawn player. Oops. If multiplayer manager dot is single player, or just single player. Then spawn
Just
player.
spitball in here, but you could also just make multiplayer manager a player manager, and then you could just add the local player on single player start. But you know, that's not it right now. I'm just talking.
Have the auto load spawn the player?
No, I was just saying that like this new player joined, this could still happen when you hit single player, but it just doesn't have any of the.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like instead of a multiplayer manager, I just have a player manager. And well, I guess with me, I'm always creating the server though, so it's a bit different. But with you, you're not actually creating the server. But yeah, so it doesn't matter. It's probably.
Is that intentional so you can have like somebody join mid game?
Yeah, exactly.
That's smart.
Like as soon as the host hosts the server, you're dropped directly into the game, right? So everything's already set up for players to connect, and there's not like this sort of waiting.
What was it? Get ID? Get unique ID. I don't know what that's going to do in single player, but let's find out.
I think it returns
invalid single player, but I just added that to that script. It's right here.
there's no underscore.
Oh, did I spell it with an underscore? Where was I? Here. Yes, thank you.
All good.
There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah, everything still works in single player.
Love to see it.
If you're always making the server, does that mean you can't play your game offline?
Can't play the game offline.
Like if you're not connected to Wi-Fi, or if you don't have, I guess nobody's gonna play your game if they don't have a Steam account, but if you're not connected
I think the
to
only
Steam,
thing that would prevent you would be not having Steam open right now. Or like, yeah, not having a Steam account that it can connect to. But if it's like if I fall back to the Ethernet multiplayer peer, it would work if you're not connected to the internet. I don't know what happens if you have Steam running, but you're not connected to the internet. I'm not sure about that.
if you have Steam running, but if you can't connect to the Steam API.
Yeah. But I think the Steamworks API, like it's not doing any network calls for the data that it's getting for the local player. I think it's all just connects. It connects to like local Steam APIs, like within the client itself, to get that data. Depending on the APIs that you actually call, depending on the data that you're querying for, it might hit remote servers. In which case you might run into problems.
Well, I would imagine it would have to when you create the lobby. To tell Steam servers like, hey, I'm creating this lobby.
Yeah, for creating the lobby. Yeah. Oh yeah, because now I have the now I'm connecting to the socket on lobby created, or opening the socket on lobby created.
Yeah, and I guess that's just a question of how graceful does Steamworks handle that when that happens. If it can't talk to the server, does it blow up? Or
it would probably blow up. I would have to have checks in there.
Or is it, or does it do its own checking and just be like, okay, I tried?
Well, I think all that would happen is on lobby created wouldn't get called, right? Because lobby wasn't created. And so then the socket would never be created. And if the socket isn't created, create socket, then the server is never hosted.
Gotcha. Also, I'm remembering now that you did definitely exactly describe the issue I was having with the setting the multiplayer authority. And you described exactly how to solve it. You were like, yeah, I just made my own way of setting the player position.
Oh, yeah.
And I just completely ignored it all.
It's hard when you're kind of diving into new stuff like this to kind of pick up on everything. I get it. It can definitely be overwhelming. And yeah, if the sock isn't created, the server's not created, then my pnet script doesn't call server or setup server, which emits a signal server hosted, and then so it would fail silently.
Okay.
If I'm not connected to Wi-Fi, you hit like play or host or whatever it is, start, and just nothing would happen because the correct callbacks wouldn't happen. But I would just have to have a check in it. Like, it would be a pretty trivial fix to enable single player support.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna go create some GitLab issues. How are you doing, by the way? I'm not taking too much of your time, am I?
Oh, me? No, I'm good. I'm only doing this by choice. Don't worry. I'm not I don't feel obligated or anything.
All right, great. Yeah, I'm enjoying having you here. You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
It's some much needed procrastination, but I didn't just. I mean, I've spent all day procrastinating. Really, I've been refactoring the player script into a like a state chart sort of setup. Kind of like a hierarchical state machine, because before it was just this disgusting monolith of a player script. And there wasn't like any concrete states, there were a bunch of like Boolean flags deciding things and gross things happening at gross times. But now I'm feeling a lot better about it. It's getting there.
Wait, so how does because this code that you're showing me calls Steam Multiplayer Peer, how do you do that when you're wanting to call the eNet Multiplayer Peer?
It calls a completely different function. If you go back to that, it scroll up. Steam stuff. Yeah, it does this. So it checks in like the main menu or something. It's checking for that flag, and then it calls eNet create server instead. So it was just it's not great. It was just a quick hack when I was doing that, because I needed local multiplayer to work for something I was testing, and, or local, Anyway, I didn't want to connect through Steam, and so I just did a quick dirty hack and haven't gone back to it.
Is your intention only to release on Steam, nowhere else?
Yeah, I think so. It just simplifies things for me.
Yeah, my situation is a little different because I want it to be... Are you familiar with a game called Mindustry?
Mindustry? No.
It's kind of like Factorio, but it's a tower defense game, which is pretty pretty interesting. But its model is like, it's an open source game, so you can just go to GitHub and download the game for free.
Oh, that's awesome.
But then it's on Steam for a couple of bucks, and the reason why it's worth it to pay for it is if you want to do multiplayer, you either have to like set up your own server and port forward and everything, or just pay a couple bucks and then everything works through the Steam API and it all just works without having to fiddle with anything. And that's kind of the same business model that I want to do here. Is I want to be like, I want it to be open source. It's already open source, and you can go download the game from my GitLab, but then if you want to do multiplayer, it's going to be really difficult to set up. Or you can throw me a couple bucks on Steam, and then everything works through the Steam API.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. That's super cool. Yeah, I didn't know about this Mindustry.
Yeah, Mindustry is a really cool game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, people will pay for convenience, right? Just make it easy for players to play, and they'll pay for it.
Yeah. I ended up, I don't think I've ever played multiplayer on the game, but I ended up buying the game on Steam just because I really like what they're doing and I wanted to support it. And it was like, I don't know, $4 or $5. I was like, hell yeah, I'll throw them a couple of dollars.
I also just like having everything consolidated in one place, you know?
Yeah,
like all my
that
games
too.
just being in my Steam library. I don't like having multiple clients or multiple launchers kind of thing. It pisses me off.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, which kind of gives Steam all the power, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, I shouldn't, but I give Steam kind of a free pass because they're, in my opinion, like a very good company who seems to be really just like really looking out, you know.
I wonder what will happen after Gabe dies.
Ooh, I never thought about that.
Because I think a lot of the direction of the company comes because of Gabe Newell.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's still got a ways. He's like 70 something.
Oh, he's 60.
He's only 61. I thought he was older.
Yeah, we're good. We got time.
Oh yeah. No, we're good. Sorry, Gabe, if you're watching. I didn't mean to call you 70. He's lost a lot of weight too recently, actually.
Has he?
Yeah, I saw a picture of him recently. He's looking crazy.
Thinking about what I want to work on next. And I'm not really going to do much work tonight. I'm going to probably end the stream here pretty soon, but
Oh yeah.
what my next goal for the game is.
Need some other mechanics you've planned?
Yeah, the two big things that I have left is I want to create like a crafting station for the normal ammo so that it takes some time to actually collect that ammo before you can put it in the tower.
Okay.
And then the other one is I want it to be that if you leave the battery on the charger for too long, it'll start to overheat. And then, I don't know. I haven't decided what I want to happen if it overheats. If it's like, does it just explode and then you can't use that battery anymore? Or does it start a fire and you have to put it out?
Okay. Yeah, more like overcooked in that sense.
Yeah.
Starts a fire and you have to put it out. Have a little fire extinguisher.
Yeah, so both of those things are like very overcooked, of like you kind of have to cook the ammo before it's usable in a very overcooked sense. And then, yeah, like if you leave something on the stove too long, it starts a fire.
Yeah. Oh, I like it. It's interesting.
And then I have like other enemy types that I want to add, but that's really simple. It's just like one enemy that moves a little slower and has a little bit more health, and then an enemy that moves faster and has less health.
Oh yeah. What is this? Computer's like bugging out. Keeps like, I don't know if it's like a video monitor thing. I don't know. It just like one of my monitors just keeps flashing. It's pissing me off.
Is it going to black or is it like flickering?
It's like flickering, but like only at the top of I don't know. It's weird.
Oh, weird. I have a monitor that it like goes to black once in a while, and I think it's just because the DisplayPort cable connected to it is old and messy. Oh yeah, I still haven't gotten the answer that I was looking for about the Steam stuff, which is how... So it's a non-Steam game when you run it. Like it doesn't run through Steam. How does it know about your Steam account?
Wait, say that one more time.
So it's a non-Steam game. Like it's not in your Steam library, right?
It is in my it is in my Steam library.
How do you add a game that you haven't published to your Steam library?
Well, like a game that you have on Steamworks has a app ID, right? So I have a game through like the Steam. I'm signed up with the Steamworks partner stuff, right? Like I have a store page.
Yeah.
Because I have that has an app ID, and so hold on, in the Game Manager. Yeah, in Game Manager, I have the Steam app ID that's, I set like, you do like os.set environment, Steam app ID, Steam game ID, and then, initialize Steam. And so it initializes all that Steam stuff. But if you don't have that, if you don't have a Steam game, there's a dummy app ID that you can use. Without needing like an actual app ID.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So it kind of like...
It doesn't actually need to be published to because I have the app ID, when I actually launch the game in the editor, like it shows me in Steam as playing Manly Minds.
Yeah, so like if you were to send it to somebody to play test, it would actually hook into their Steam client and tell Steam that
I think it actually wouldn't
exists.
work for them right now with how it's set up, because it would require them, like it checks if they actually own the game. It checks their Steam account to see if they own it. I think there are some ways around that I can do.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know.
How did you make that work for your dummy Steam account? Did you have to sign that one up to Steamworks as well?
I had to add that to my Steamworks. I had to add it to my Steamworks, like allowed whatever.
Oh, so you authorized that account to use your Steamworks. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, add it as like a Steamworks partner account or whatever.
Is there a security risk to sending it to a friend and allowing them? I think what you want to do is actually generate keys and give them the keys if you want to test it through Steam. Okay.
But it was done, like I was trying to do that with another account, with a third account, and I couldn't find like an easy way to, like when I was going through the Steamworks admin dashboard stuff, trying to generate like a dummy key, it went into like a review process to generate the dummy key for some reason.
Interesting. Did you ever check if that review process finished?
Yeah, it did. It took like a day, and then it came back, and it was like, okay, here are your 2 keys. Yeah, request Steam product keys. Oh wait, no, not publish. Yeah, because there's a developer auto grant, which I figured is exactly what I'd want for this use case. but then these keys are strictly for external developers who are not already members of your Steamworks account. You should only need to request a handful of these keys. Yeah, and I figured that's exactly what I want, but then I like continued through, and it was like, okay, your request has been submitted.
Okay. It sounds like you should do that at the beginning and request like 20 keys or something.
Yeah, but it just seems dumb to me. Especially because it's like a developer key thing. Like, it should just be, you know, I should be able to generate how many developer keys I want. What's the request for?
Yeah.
Use this form to request Steam keys for any of your Valor packages. You will need to select the type of keys you are requesting and follow the steps. All Steam key requests are reviewed by Valve on a case-by-case basis, typically within 48 to 72 hours. Please refer to the Steam key documentation for more information. Like, why? I don't get it. It just seems dumb. I don't know. I'm just pissed. That's all I know. But yeah, anyway, probably gonna hop off here. Try
Sounds
to
good.
at least get a little bit more work on my player refactoring stuff going. You know, Quillis, always a pleasure.
It has been delightful, LDM. Thank you for everything.
All good. Okay, I'll talk to you later then.
Have a good night.
See ya.
Okay. Yeah, it's getting pretty late. I think I'm gonna end the stream here too. That's the wrong screen. That doesn't have a webcam. There we go. Well, as always, thank you everybody so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and if it's not night in your time zone, I hope you have a good time zone. We had some new followers, some new people who came here. Noopa Noop, Computer Vision, Chromatic, and Node Sandwich, I think were the main ones. There was somebody who popped in on YouTube. I don't remember who that was though. Let's see. Oh, that was Node Sandwich. And Gobble. Gobble was also one of those. So yeah. Thank you all of you for joining. And that's it. Goodbye.